Evan, you're too early.
It's early. I understand. Don't get me wrong. I get it. It's early. The sun is barely out, man. I got so excited. When I woke up every day to go to the gym, I saw the slightest amount of light bleeding in through my curtains. Now, some of you that don't live so far north might not know what living in darkness for 8 months of the year is like. But I was very happy to see that there began to be sun emerging. And then our clocks went back an hour. So now it's not there yet. I mean, it's light enough to stream, but man, I was so bummed, bro. I was getting so excited to like see sunlight in the morning, you know, on my way to the gym. I don't like getting up in darkness. I don't like waking up and my bedroom being pitch black. You know, I like waking up with the sun. I love that summer. You know, you wake up at like 7 or whenever you wake up. You wake up and there's like light coming through your curtains. You feel like the day is there. You feel like rejuvenated. I don't know if anyone else is like that. Or maybe you guys are all goblins that just want to stay in the darkness all the time. In which case, Canada. All right. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD for another fantastic day. It is indeed the first stream of the week, which means that it is officially Tuesday. That's right. It is the first stream of the week, and the first stream of the week happens on Tuesdays. So happy Tuesday, guys. Yup. That's right. I didn't miss any time. Didn't mess around at all. Nope. It's hold on, I'm gonna move this over here. Sorry, it's Wednesday. I missed Tuesday's stream. I'm sorry. Apologize. It's a bit under the weather this last weekend. Hopefully I don't sound under the weather anymore, but I couldn't speak, man. Something happened to my voice. I wasn't necessarily sick, but I was feeling off, and I think I was tired. I think I was exhausted. Apparently it happens, you know. Happened once before. My doctor said, hey, you're not sick, you're really tired. And I was like, why can't I speak? And he's because you're tired. That's not how it works, does it? So I don't know. I feel better today though. I did some good gym time over the weekend. I wouldn't have gone if I was sick, so I don't like to be the one responsible for spreading germs. I mean, God, who wants to be around somebody sick? Am I right? So no, I went to the gym, had a good weekend, had a productive weekend, but I rested a lot, and I'm kind of ready. You know, I'm kind of ready to jump into it. I'm feeling pretty good this last couple weeks. I made some changes with certain things artistically in life, and you know, I don't know how many of y'all have had a period of time where you like wanted to make a change, whether it was, you know, personal or work related, school, whatever it is. You have a change you want to make, you know, a big change, right? And you deal through this period of frustration where you can't get there, and then one day it just kind of clicks, and then something changes, and you're like, oh, well, that's better, you know. That's kind of what happened to me recently. So I'm feeling really good about stuff right now. I don't know. I'm just in a good mood, you know. I'm feeling rejuvenated in certain ways. So good morning, Ashy. What's up, Blaze? Good morning, Busy. It is earlier, so also Busy. I need to talk about art with you. I need to talk about very specific art that I need to learn more about, that you might have some knowledge, some deep knowledge of. So I gotta hop into Discord at some point in time with you and talk about it, because there's something patterny that I wanna think about, but I keep forgetting. So what's up, Jacob? It is not an hour early. It is in fact 10:19. Yeah, I'm 10:19. That's right. I'm on point. I am on time. I am never late, as Atari said. Good morning, Atari. And no, I'm good. I'm good. I didn't miss any time. I didn't miss any streams. It didn't happen over the weekend, where it's now all of a sudden daylight savings time in Canada for some reason, but not the rest of the world. Does everywhere else still have daylight savings time? Because I was under the impression that, like, some places, you know, we all know that America and North America is the cultural capital of the world. Everything that happens in North America, specifically the United States, Canada doesn't get part of this, matters more than anything that happens anywhere else in the world. However, that does not mean that our European brothers and sisters in the guild are not part of a more sophisticated culture, all right? Where they actually make architecture look beautiful, where they actually care about natural spaces, where they actually still care about music and the arts and the classical enjoyment of their cultures. I would like to suggest that perhaps our European brothers and sisters can be more refined than us at times. And I think that with that refinement sometimes comes with a advancement of you know, of technology and an understanding of what is better for the individual in this growing chaos that is life. And I'm pretty sure there are a lot of places in Europe that said, fuck daylight savings time, man. We're just going the same time all year round. I'm pretty sure it's happening in Europe. I could be wrong, but I've heard people say that, like, oh, my country doesn't do DST or whatever. Or like, oh, my country, like, my Scandinavian country, like, voted against daylight savings time for, you know, like 5 years ago. So I wonder if that's spreading across Europe, or if most places still have daylight savings time. North America, I think so. We banned daylight savings. We didn't ban daylight savings. The problem is the government's gotten too much debt. You know, the what is it? The federal debt's up a couple $1 trillion. So now we have to save all we can. So currently we're saving by turning the lights off right now, actually. So that's daylight savings time, I guess. It's blame Trudeau, blame Biden. I don't know. Change the clocks to the 31st of March. That makes sense, you know? That makes sense because that's like when you start doing... That's the thing I don't get. Because daylight savings time was supposed to be for farmers to have more light at the end of the day so they could work longer, be up earlier, whatever. If I'm not mistaken. But here in Canada, I don't think there's much farming going on, man. There's like a foot of snow on the ground still. It's been melting. It's been warmer in where I live right now, but I don't think anybody's farming up here. So I don't know why our daylight savings time is so early. It seems a lot better to do it on the 31st or like the 1st of April or something till like, I don't know when harvest ends. You think I know anything about farming? You think I know anything about where my food actually comes from, bro? Dude, I buy eggs for like $18 for 36. All right, listen, I'm connected with the agricultural world. All right, I buy that organic pasture raised egg right there. But I don't fucking know what it takes to actually farm or grow shit or ranch or anything like that. It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect. The more I realize, the more closely I am connected to the ranching culture in Alberta, the less I realize I know about it. So, daylight savings time is stupid, but it needs to be tied to cinder block and toss in the ocean. I just kind of don't get it. You know, I think it's a relic. It's like a weird bureaucratic relic, you know, from back in the, I don't know, whenever days. But it's this weird thing that we all just kind of do, and we only do it because we still do it. You know, how many things are there in the world that we only do because we do it, right? That you think like this is kind of a silly system, but you're not going to get rid of the silly system because you're like, nope, you cannot possibly get everyone to agree to it, right? Like, for instance, I've always thought that it's silly that it's night on this side of the globe and it's day on the other side. So like, why do I have to stream in the morning to catch my European friends at night? If I stream at night, you guys are all asleep because it's 2 in the morning. I think Canada, North America, and Europe should agree to have daytime at the same time. I think we should all agree to have daytime. And you know what? I will be the one to come out and say, since this is my idea, I would be willing to move to European time. So I'd be willing to just pause the day, stay up for you know, like 12 extra hours, and then join you guys at noon your time in Europe as well. And then we can all have daytime and all have nighttime at the same time. I think that'd be great. That'd be a good idea. That's if I was to get elected Supreme Chancellor of Earth, that's what I would do. I would mandate that we all have daytime at the same time. That was unfortunate. Uh, yo, Cobalt, thank you for the 47 months, bro. What's up? What's going on, dude?
Oh boy. 47.
That's
How
a
do
long time, man.
Tellurians track time? Sundials? Sun position? An innate sense of the time of day?
My intuition is to go with rotations, is the term for it. But yes, sundialage is very important. Also, I do think that they have magic clocks. I don't know how they work though yet, but maybe clockwork is established. Who knows, man? Thank you for this 47 months though, Cobalt. I appreciate that. It's a long time, bro. Seriously. Almost 48 months. Almost 4 years. I've been streaming a long time, bro. What's going on? Good morning, bro. Don't forget, China, there's only one zone to rule them all. That's true, actually. That's kind of funny. I like that how they just brute force it, right? Electoral college. Yeah, is that one of those things that you can't change? You know? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff, right? That I feel like there's silly things, silly systems that we all wish that we could change. It's just like, why do we still do this as humans? You know, I'm trying to think of some. I don't know. Can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's like a billion out there that I think of at least twice a week where I'm like, why do we do this thing? Why can't we just change this thing? Nobody likes it. Nobody likes it. Let's just change it. Let's do the other thing. But it's like, oh, we already have all this infrastructure. Oh, you know what? You know what? Great example. Because I was thinking about this when I was walking Una. School doesn't work. No. Are you kidding? It's like, what are you going to do? You're going to send some fucking kids to school for like 12 years and expect them to come out the other side not damaged? Nah, man, come on. You know, I was listening to the school buses driving by when I was about very earlier with Una because she does not like school buses. So there was a school bus that drives down one of the roads that I walked down on the way to the forest, and she was like, she decided that meant that she has to hide behind me and just watch it as it's going by, right, every single time. But you know, today I was thinking to myself, you know what sucked? Our education system. You know what sucks? The fact that teachers get underpaid and that schools don't have budget, that we wonder why, you know, we're not setting up the next generation for the best possible future. We don't teach them about things like how to actually run, you know, themselves in the world and money and business and whatever. But it's too big to change. So what do? You change your curriculum? It's one of those things, you know? Daylight savings time is another one of those, like, you know, big systems where you're like, I wish we could all change it, but the amount that you'd have to like change is like, it's not gonna happen. So I don't know, move the goddamn continents around. Well, no, I just think you should move the day around. Like, here's the thing, the sun can reach my side of the world, right, Bizzo? But the sun is really powerful. I don't know why we can't just make the sun, like, move the sun around the planet as well, right? Like, we should have, like, you know what we should do? We should get Elon to build sun mirrors. Yep. Sun mirrors and sunshades. All right. So on one side of the world, when it's daytime, and let's just say Europe, because I'm willing to change to you guys' daytime, right? When it's daytime in Europe, we get these big fucking mirrors that like reflect the light at the other side of the world. So it's daytime for all of us. And then when it goes to night, those mirrors flip around and then it's dark here. You know, but they need to be see-through, so you need to be able to see the stars. So you need to be like mirrors to the other side. All right, this probably isn't gonna work. I don't know. I should ask Guapo if there's anything he can do about it. The Dutch news: the primary schools were complaining the children are behind when they start. How can you be behind at 4 years old before you had a day of schooling? Maybe parents aren't teaching the kids. I don't know. What do you have to like? I never thought about that. What do you have to teach your kids before they go to school? You know, that's a good point. Being a parent's hard. I got to get on it. They just want to start pre-kindergarten school for 2 years, 2 to 4 year olds to school. They're insane. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think kids need to spend less time in school and more time, you know. But I also have a controversial opinion that I think the parents should be teaching their kids more. You know, I think that you know, as a parent, maybe it worked at some point in time, right? But I think a big generational thing that I've noticed between good parents like today and good parents 30, 40 years ago is the idea of, can you just deposit your child in the school system and they'll come out the other end, you know, successful, whatever. And I think now you have to do a whole lot more, right? Like, what if you send your kid to school and they don't learn about Star Wars? What do you do? What do you do if you get your child home from school, you know? And there's some older members, and I don't mean old as in old. I mean just like, you know, more the big brothers and big sisters of the Dragon's Claim in our guild that have children. A lot of us don't, but some of us do. And I wonder their challenges. It's like, what do you do? The anxiety it must bring. It's like, what if you get your kid home from school and they're like, Dad, Mom, Dad, I got this new thing on my phone. They're like, oh, sick. What is it? Yeah, it's called TikTok. You're like, oh, crazy. What kind of TikToks you looking at? And like, well, here's like a cool dance. And here's like this like rap music video. And here's this like, you know, this like Aiden Ross. And nothing wrong, Aiden Ross, but just here's this big streamer or whatever. And you're like, oh, that's cool, man. That's like great culture. So what did they teach you about Star Wars today? And they're like, oh, what? Yeah, what did you learn about Star Wars today, son? Oh, what are you talking about? No, I don't know. What is that? Like Star Wars? Like stars? Like what? What are you talking about? The terror, the idea of raising a normie. I don't know. You got to be responsible as a parent. You gotta educate your kids properly. So, return to Pangea. I think so, Ashley. I want to be. You know what, Ashley? Let's start the Pangea party. We are Ashley as the founders of the Pangea party. I think our party platform should be Return to Pangea, Return to Monkey. All right, one continent, one monkey, happy people. You know. Let AI take care of it. Think about having to raise those blinds with those strings. Far too much work. True. Yeah, it's actually a lot of work. Never mind. You're right about that, Guapo. Never gonna work. We do have a lot of daddies in the claim. Can a mod ban Guapo, please? Just he needs some time off. He needs a shower. I think he just needs a shower. All right. Listen, Guapo. We're all going to the gym. All right. We're all getting fit. Bro, I squatted so many plates yesterday. I impressed this old gym lady. All right. I don't ever catch anyone looking at me in the gym, right? Because I'm like, you know, a fat bastard, right? So I don't ever get that ooh attention, you know. Not that I want the attention, right? Happily married, but the attention's still fun, right? You know. And I was squatting a lot of plates the other day, and I feel this gaze just like on my back of my neck. You know, I just feel somebody. Actually, I think I still on the back of my neck on the bar. Anyway, and I feel this gaze on the back of my neck. Not the gaze, Guapo. Gaze. A gaze. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. And I feel this gaze in the back of my neck. And I'm like doing my sets, squatting lots of plates, being impressive, being a physical specimen of an adult male, impressive physicality, dominance over metal plates. That's right. And I glance back. I give the old glance. And I see this hot gym grandma, you know, on the bike with the like fucking, you know, the bike with the like elliptical handles doing the thing, and she's looking at me. She knows, man. She knew. What's up? What's up? The goal of pre-K isn't teaching any specific math subject, is giving a parents a place to explain to those child's social environment, especially for working parents. True. Yeah, I think that school should be overall fun and enjoyable. You know, I don't know. I don't know if you guys think that there's a better way of doing it, but also to be fair, I never went through an academic route, right? I always liked academia, but I liked academia in a way that I never got that fulfilled, because I enjoy deeply learning about certain concepts in STEM, right? But I always had a difficulty with certain mechanics, right? The mechanics side of things was always difficult for me. So you could say that like I enjoyed math theory, and I did not enjoy like math calculation, right? I just wasn't very good at it. Couldn't remember it. Wasn't important to me. The important thing was the cool thing on the other end. And I get you have to learn it. But there's no opportunity to learn about cool stuff that was fun unless you did the grueling, rigorous, brute work as well. And I feel like this is not a very good way of doing it. You know, I feel like kids should be excited to go to school, and not just for their, you know, for their friends or whatever. But I feel like there should be something there in the curriculum, in the style of schooling that is built for entertainment, because nobody learns anything unless it's fun. You know, very few people. What school train, at least when I was going to school, trained me to do was how to work within the system as opposed to how to work at the actual content, right? Like like how many of you guys, man, who can relate to learning how to get partial marks on questions on tests and passing tests that way as opposed to actually learning the material? Because, like, you know, I learned this shit. It's like you got a certain amount of marks for putting your name on the paper or whatever, for filling out like the work, for entering an equation somewhat loosely related to whatever the thing that you're you know, trying. This for math, or like, you know, if you're doing an English exam or whatever, you could like lightly discuss, you could bring up, you know, that if you follow the essay format for like longer questions, you start with a, you know, a question or whatever, or a premise, and then you explain it with 3 examples, and then you have a conclusion. You know, if you follow that format, you can write about something completely different and still get like 3 out of 5. You know, like I feel like I learned how to do that better than I actually learned how to, you know, factor polynomials. I never learned how to factor a polynomial, unfortunately. You know. So but then again, when I was going to school in high school, I had my college at the time. It's now a university, but at the time it was just a college. So I had my university planned out. And the reason I say university is because people are like, "Oh, where'd you go to school?" And I say the University of whatever. They're like, "I thought you said you went to college." So I'll just use both interchangeably. But anyway, when I was planning the university that I wanted to go to, they said you needed an average for art school, an average of 60 to get in, with an average in your English class of 65. Well, that set the bar pretty low for me. So I learned how to get a 60 without actually learning anything, you know? Ah, God. What's up, Flower? What's going on, dude? Promote Guapo? No, Guapo's not getting promoted. 55 out of 100 is passing grade. 70 out of 100, nobody ever asked a question. I do exactly how much effort I needed to get a 7 out of 10. Yeah, totally. You know, I know. Now, to be fair, I have lots of friends that were very academic, and it paid off for them, right? Like, I have a friend, the most high succeeding person that I knew, and the most highly achieving person I knew in school was a friend of mine, who is now a neurosurgeon, and he just became a neurosurgeon, right? We've been out of school. He's like 34 years old or 35 years old. And he just became a neurosurgeon. You know, med school's tough, but he always had the best grades and did the best things in school. It paid off. And like, I had a friend that I always cheated off math tests from, and she's like some big financial fucking whatever, makes $500,000 a year doing, you know, number stuff for nerds or whatever. So look, it pays off, I guess, in school if you pay attention. But for the rest of us who played Diablo 2 in high school, anyway, I had better D&D sessions than any of those kids. So, you know, as far as I know, your grades are not on your diploma. Nobody ever is asking for them, really, because so we call it a transcript here. You have to send your transcripts to your colleges to get accepted, right? It's much more complicated in the US. I don't know how GPAs work in the US and like SATs and things like that. What we have is we have like a transcript that's just your percentage grade, so we don't have nut letters, and then we have a provincial test exam at the end of the year, at the end of each 3-year bracket. So grade 6, 9, and 12, which is how we divide our schools. So grade 1 to 6, or kindergarten or ECS to grade 6 is primary school. Grade 7, 8, 9 is junior high, and then grade 10, 11, 12 is high school. And those are all in separate 3 buildings typically, unless you're at some very small town, or it's a very specialized school or something. But very rarely. At the end of each of those sort of like schools, so 6, 9, 12, you'll have a provincial test. And so for instance, your provincial scores in grade 9 are worth 30% of your grade. So big part of your final exams. Your provincial scores in grade 12 are worth 50% of your grade. So those are then attached to your entire number grade, and that is on your transcript, which then gets sent to your university when you apply to it or whatnot. So we don't have GPAs and all these other things. I don't even know what a GPA is. I don't know what that even looks like a 4.1 GPA. It's like, I don't even know what that fucking looks like. I guess you have to do advanced classes or whatever and get perfect grades and everything. Who knows? But yeah, so that's how we did it here. And I know that some places are a little more confusing, but no, the one place that honestly that doesn't care about your GPA or your grades is your work. Very, very few places will actually request the grades that you earned in college or university for your job, right? I think that there are, I can't think of any fields where they would actually, really, because even like on my software engineering friends, it's more about like your interview and what you can do and blah blah blah. But yeah, I don't know. The grades don't really ever matter. I think people. That's one thing in college, especially art school, that you can get wrong. You can tailor your education in art school to getting good grades and not to getting where you want to be, right? Depending on the art school you go to, mind you. Like, I don't think I went to particularly, I'm not mad at my art school, but I don't think I went to a particularly impressive art school, and I have lots of problems with it. And I love my school, but I will criticize the problems that I have with it very openly, right? And I've been asked to go speak at my school before, and I've always wondered if if I should be honest with the students about it, right? Like, the critiquing process, for one, is one thing that I think is incredibly broken in my art school. It's broken in a lot of art schools, but it was especially broken in my art school. And I think that it's a big mistake to allow the critiquing process to include other students, which is not a popular opinion. Most art instructors and art educators will disagree vehemently and have very good reasons for why you should allow students to critique each other during the critical evaluation process. But I have a lot of very good examples in my personal experience and people around me as to why that is a terrible fucking idea. If I were to run an art school, you would have the critiquing process. Yes, it's public as far as your class goes, not the instructor like grading in the corner, You'd still have critiques where everyone presents their final project, but it would be instructor critiques and then positive student critique. You'd allow for that. Because the amount of negative student critique that was really, really bad, wrong, or political was very much, because there are people that did not like me in my classes. I was extremely disliked in art school, mostly because I was dealing with some very, very severe medical problems in art school, and so I would leave early a lot of times, right? Which you're not allowed to do. So I'd sneak out basically, because I'm just like extremely sick, whatever, puking blood, like just like whatever. It's like I had to leave early. I could not be at that building. So it's like 3 p.m. rolls around. The instructor's like off doing some stuff for the rest of the day. They won't notice I'm gone. I kind of like shuffle out the back, right? And the other students, some of the students really hated that because we had a very strict school. It was very intense. It was very, very high failure, high dropout rate, high attrition, low passing, low acceptance. It was very elite. And so there's a lot of elite students that thought that I was lazy, didn't take it seriously, shouldn't be there. So when it came to critique, they would just like roast me, right? But a lot of times the students would be negative of people that weren't in their friend group to sound more intelligent to the instructors. The instructors would go along with it, It'd be like, but it would get to be really like judgy, like personal attacks. Right? Like one thing like, hey, I think your hands are like a little bit weird. Like, I don't really see what's going on there. I think maybe like, if you could work on, better, like maybe like use a better reference, but I'm not really understanding. Maybe like using clearer like definition of like light and dark would help understand like the forms of the hands. That's a good criticism. But what you would get from a student is like, your hands don't really look what like they should. I don't really get what's going on here. Really disappointed in you for not doing better job with the hands on this piece. And you're like, okay. And the instructor is just like, wow, good point, Jeremy. Good point. And it's like, that kid just made a moral judgment on me. That's not a criticism. That's not a critique. That doesn't help. That doesn't, It's like, so they make it about personal attacks towards you, and the instructors were always very like soft, sort of passive, not really like, the instructors were artists, good artists, but did not have good command of education or spaces. They were not art directors. And maybe the faculties changed, but a lot of my instructors, did have some that were very good, but most were just like artists passing on their technique, as opposed to like good art directors and good leaders that were in the faculty, you know. And that lack of leadership really damaged some people, you know. That issue of like equating your artistic failings with you as a person, that moral equivalency, really fucked me up for years. And I didn't realize until recently where that kind of like sense of failure and self-doubt came from. I think it was really born in art school. So yeah, I don't know. It's like, art education is hard, you know, and I don't know the right way to do it, but okay, wait, I missed a lot of chat here. Hold on, let me catch up. What grades are on your diploma? There are when you apply to higher learning along with your scholarships, right? So it still gets your transcript. Do you call it a transcript in the U.S.? Graduating class of 31 people in school that was K to 12. You could literally open a door at one end of the school and see all the way down to the other side of school. That's great. I wonder what that experience is like, you know, because like there's a lot of small towns that have that kind of thing, but I don't know. Maybe student critique is so annoying, it's so frustrating. It's also annoying because they're often wrong and bad and dumb.
What are you doing?
Right?
You don't have to do that.
Crimson!
I'm just happy you
Crimson.
are here. Now stop using my script on the TT.
Dude, you're not allowed to. I have to say it.
Just chill.
Okay, well, you're right. Jesus. God, stop streaming for me. God damn it. Thank you for the 100 bits, Crimson. What's up, buddy? What's going on? What's good? Would have gotten kicked out. I can't keep my mouth shut in situations like that. I would have said something. Yeah, and like, yeah, you had to learn to be political and to not. You know, you had to learn to be
Corvus frugiligus.
Right? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put that in the browser, and when we actually get into the work, we'll see what the new meta is. Let me catch up in chat first, though, real quick. Thank you, 100 bits, Aduri. What's going on, bro? Many reasons I did online courses, though I wish I followed my heart and majored in tech, not art. Really? I wish I majored in art, not tech. Okay, I see what you're saying. Experience was terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I also had a problem, and I still have a problem. You know, one of my weaknesses as an artist is I have a hard time taking criticism from somebody I don't think knows what they're talking about. You know, like, it's very difficult for me to like, I'm very much, and this is not a good thing, mind you, I have a hard time valuing opinions when somebody can't back it up with their own skill, right? But that's not useful, because a lot of times people, especially like art directors, an art director on your team, you work on a video game, movie, whatever, your art director is not the best artist there. They are the best at supporting, communicating vision, aligning artists, and giving feedback in a way that's productive, right? But of course, they still earn their position as an art director. I had a very big problem in school listening to another fucking student tell me how to do whatever it was better. It's like, I'm paying for this person sitting in the stool on that side of the room to tell me how to improve my art, not you three idiots that just don't like me, right? So yeah, it was weird, man. Art school is a weird experience, and I would definitely do it differently if I was in charge of it. But I still think that art school is valuable, you know. It's like, if a person, because like I occasionally get somebody who's like a young artist, it's like, should I go to art school? And I'm like, yes, go to art school. It's worth it. It's worth it. Even bad art school is worth it, you know. So but it was a little bit crazy. I don't know if anyone else had a similar experience in there, if they had anything like student review or whatever in that sort of realm. But it's one of the reasons why I focus critique on stuff in our guild to be usually positive. Unless somebody asks for constructive criticism, I don't like. You can tell me what you like about it. Hey man, I really like your lighting. Hey, your figure looks really great. Hey, your forms are really cool. Or like, hey, your stuff's really defined. But I don't really like, or like, we have kind of a loose rule against it of not allowing negative criticism, of constructive criticism, unless somebody asks for it, right? To help sort of contain that a little bit. Because you get a lot of people that want to be critical because they think it makes themselves sound like more intelligent. And a lot of times it doesn't. And if you don't understand, as the artist, receiving the criticism, when you're getting useful critique and when you're getting critique that feels good for someone else to give, but they don't really know what they're talking about, you know, if you don't understand that and you don't welcome it, then it can be damaging, and I don't want to damage any artists in our community. So that's why I have that rule in the Discord. But have we switched critters? Wait, what? The meta? I don't know. I don't know what the meta is going to be. I entered it. I haven't hit it. I put it in the bar. I have no idea what it is. So had to just move back to the US from Germany. Wound up going to a creative writing class where we had to trade poetry assignments and critique the other person's. I'm not joking when I say the poem I was forced to read was about this dude's truck. That's awesome. It was definitely an experience, but I don't miss that. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little weird. I don't know. It's a bit much. Poetry in America. I was asked for constructive criticism, for example. Yeah, and I think that's useful. But yeah, critique in my art school was very vicious and very, very bloodthirsty and stuff, you know. And then like somebody, you know, you have like a group of kids that are really, or you know, young adults. I guess they're not even kids when you're in university. You have a group of people that are like really hard on everyone in the class until one person in their like little group goes and like, oh, Samantha, you did such a good job on this painting. You know, the figure's so pretty and the lighting is so nice. And then you just kind of are, you know, you're like, yeah, I'm enjoying it, but I think that you could do like something more with your textures here. I'm really feeling like there's like a lot of flat, smooth airbrush stuff. And you just get stink eye from those groups, you know, and you're like, what? Like, you guys tear everyone down. What the fuck? I don't know, man. Art school was it was a time. It was good and bad. It was crazy, but I would have liked to try going to like a much more accomplished art school to see what it was like Art Center, you know, in like LA or something. I wonder what education like that would be. But honestly, nowadays, I think that going to art school looks a whole lot different for artists. Like realistically, if somebody, you have to be able to have a blanket answer. Somebody says like, for the majority of artists, I want to be a professional artist, should I go to art school, yes or no? And like my blanket answer is yes. Because I think that does more good than harm to say that. But if I was to do it again, if I was 17 years old right now, in my last year of high school, I'd probably do it very differently. If I couldn't go somewhere like LA, like the main reason I didn't go to Art Center was one, because I was not good enough to get in, but like also it's very expensive, you know. But if I had like my parents and they said like, hey, we're gonna take out some money and get a loan and like help you with your school and whatever and blah blah blah, but basically you have like, you know, a couple $1,000s per half year semester to like spend on education, right? Supplies, everything like that. I'd probably do it differently. I probably wouldn't go to formal art school. You know, I'd probably there's some online art schools run, by actual artists, you know, that are very accomplished in the industry, the people that you want to be when you grow up as an artist, not just people who are there, you know, at the school, but people that you want to learn from, that are not going to offer you a formal accreditation. Because one thing you realize as an artist is nobody cares about your diploma, your degree. Sorry, no one cares about your degree. Or, well, I guess diplomas for some art schools. No one cares about your diploma, your degree, your whatever. No one gives a shit about it. All they care about is how good you are when you apply to their company. Now, some more high-end companies, of course, want you to have experience, let's say, shipping game titles. Like, you know, a friend of mine that works at Blizzard went and worked in mobile games for a couple of years, and then he moved up to another level of mobile gaming, and then he moved into Blizzard Entertainment. But he didn't even get on a game team. He went into the web and development team, and then he moved on to the StarCraft Heroes of the Storm team, and then he moved on to the Warcraft team, which is his eventual goal. So they just want to know that you have what it takes to be able to do that. But when you're getting out of school, going for your first job, they don't care. They don't give a shit, man. You know, as long as you're willing to learn, take whatever advantage you can get. Yeah, self-taught. Well, no, not self-taught. No, absolutely not. I don't think self-taught is the right way to go for artists. I don't think when anyone ever says that I'm a self-taught artist, that does not make me think any better of them. Actually, when somebody says I'm a self-taught artist, I think that brings some parts of them as an artist into question for me. Right? Like, oh, can you be taught then? You know, like if I was running a company, and I was an art director, and I was like, you know, let's say I'm hiring my first artist for Eldara, and somebody says, oh, here's my stuff, and I'm like, wow, great, and then like, yeah, I'm completely self-taught, I would like think to myself, you need to be developed as an artist, because what you are at right now is not necessarily what we need you to be for our project. So you need to be developed. But if you're completely self-taught, I have no evidence to confirm that you can be developed. Right? You know what I mean by that? So I actually think that's really not I think people are very proud of it because they're like, oh, I didn't go through the system and whatnot. And it's like, sure, be proud of how much work you put in. But if I was a self-taught artist, I would never brag about that. I would just say, yeah, I'm an artist. This is where I go. Oh, did you go to school? No, I didn't go to formal school, but I like, you know, whatever. Right? Like I'd never say the word self-taught. I think that comes with a lot of ego and a lot of problems from that you people don't really realize is an issue. But no, I would absolutely go through a route of like, I would rather pay for online courses to like Brainstorm School. I'd rather pay like Adam Duff. I'd rather pay like for a mentorship and general classes and then YouTube Art Academy, basically, you know? And that's what I would do, I think. I think you get a much stronger education if you do that, I believe, in 4 years. But the problem is that you have to be completely self-motivating, completely self-disciplined. There's not going to be a carrot or a stick, right, to motivate you, to keep you going. And actually, here's the thing, you can't even rely on motivation. You have to go completely off of discipline to really get through something like that. So I don't know what I'd do if I was like, if somebody actually said like, hey, would you sit down and talk to me for an hour about making a plan to be an artist? I would, for almost any young artist that wants to do that, but it probably would not be what they think. It might be for some people it might be like, hey, I think if we're being honest, you're gonna have problems with self-direction, so let's go to art school, and then you can do other stuff during your summers, but do not take your summers off, right, from art. But it'd be very different for everyone. So I introduced you YouTube taught. Yeah, I'm a self-taught VTuber, but I studied some other famous VTubers. Yeah, you'll get a VTuber mentorship and you'll be fine. If you are self-taught, you're living entirely on your portfolio and previous work history, but also you are, yeah, so you kind of are either way. That's my point, is that you're relying on your portfolio and work history regardless of what you're doing, because that's all that matters to big companies. But when you say, there are certain things that you can say that'll negatively impact you, right, to an art director sometimes, and people don't realize that saying I'm self-taught is actually not a good thing, right, for a lot of them. So it's like, if you have no experience, if you're a self-taught artist but you've also shipped video game titles and do blah 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 blah, if you've done enough where your education doesn't matter at all, then it doesn't matter. The negative parts of you being self-taught are not there because you've already shipped video game titles, you've already been part of production teams, you already know that you can work in that kind of environment. But if you're brand new and you're just like coming out of nowhere and you're like, hey, I would like a job at your video game company, please, and here's how good I am, the art director's like, wow, you're really good, and like, I'm completely self-taught, by the way. And you're like, oh, so you never went to a formal school? And you're like, nope, figured it all out myself. It's kind of like, so you've never been in a structured environment then. You've never worked amongst a group of peers and gave feedback and developed relationships and whatnot. So I have no idea if you're going to fit in with our team or if you're just, you know, and it's I don't know. Let your work speak for yourself, I guess. I can get a quick critique of the sketch I post in the studies. Yeah, I can hit me up in midstream on the first break, and I'll try and jump in there for you. What about old artists that just aren't getting started? Old artists that just isn't getting started. That's different. It's more difficult. It's more complicated, but it's entirely doable, right? That's the term that some people like to use in the professional world, called a failure to launch, right? I've heard people talk about it in the academic sector. There's a lot of people who talk about it from a political side of things, which I don't really get into or whatever. For certain like young men demographics or whatever, I don't fucking know. And there's also, I think Adam Duff made a video about it where he was talking about artists that sort of have this failure to launch. So it's a term that I've used and heard and liked for years. There are lots of artists that are very good and have a failure to launch. And I understand this deeply. I am probably one of the best people that an older artist could talk to about about not getting their career rolling, because I literally lived through it. So I know what their experience is implicitly, typically. I mean, think about me. I'm 33, man. I had a rough early 20s that like completely smashed my ability to launch in the direction I wanted to. Right? I had a lot that went into it, and I'm not making excuses, right? Excuses are not the point of understanding your own failure to launch if you're an older artist or an older professional that isn't quite where you want to be. But it's different. It's a lot of habit breaking. It's a lot of reframing. It's a lot of understanding the mental side of things. It's very difficult. If you have gotten past the point where everyone else launch their way into the world, and you're sitting there kind of like, you're like in your 20s and you're like, okay, I did everything right, and then I'm just kind of not doing it, or like I'm in my 30s, everything, or 40s, whatever. I don't think you can be too old or too young to have this problem. Maybe too young. You can be too young to have this problem, but you can't be too old and have this problem. And it requires a lot of really interesting work done. There's something else going on there. There's other things you need to figure out, other issues, other problems that sometimes need a really delicate hand, whether it's your own or somebody else's, to help you figure out. And I think that's very important to be able to talk about, because I don't think that being behind the curve removes you from greatness or the potential of greatness. And I really believe that. So talking to older artists that are having a hard time getting their stuff together is something I take very seriously, but it's also very frustrating, because a lot of the times, and I hate to say this, a lot of the times when somebody fails to launch and they are like beyond the point where they should be like going, a lot of times these people are there for a very important reason, and it is like trying to remove a nail from fucking, wood with your hands, with your fingernails, to get those things back. It's impossible, man, for some people. Some people are just stuck in their ways, and their mind traps them in this cage, and you have to ultimately be the one to be willing to break yourself out. Other people can help you, definitely, and you need it if you're having that problem in some ways. But at the end of the day, it's kind of you, man. It's you versus you. And so I can help people go in that direction as an older artist. But a lot of times when I talk to somebody who's like, yeah, I never went to art school. I went to art school and I can't quite get my career, and I started doing this other thing because I need to pay the bills and whatever. And now I'm like, 30 or whatever, and I just don't know if I'm ever going to get there. It's like, okay, are you willing to do the stuff that you have to do to like start your career now? And people are like, yes, I am. And you're like, okay, go show me. And then like 2 weeks later, they're like, oh man, I got bills to pay. And then my dog was sick. My girlfriend and I had a fight. And it's just like, okay, so you need to figure out how to do all of that and still progress to your goal. And it's extremely hard, right? So, I don't know. You're really building my art schools thanks to YouTube? Hell yeah, bro. I totally agree. Generally, you're just living off those either way, but I think getting your first previous work experience will be easier with some schooling history, since school sounds more credible than I drew on Twitter for a year. Yeah, you'd be surprised. I've seen it both ways. There's some artists that when I will like the experience I have the closest relation to is BioWare and Blizzard. I know people there. I know the art director, not very personally, but I could probably send him. He's like emailable for me. But I know the World of Warcraft art director, and I know some other people and whatnot. So we've talked a lot. I've talked a lot with people at these like high levels about other artists, and you get sort of both stories in both ways. You get crazy stories of like, oh yeah, this person, like, they're just so good, we just had to have them on our team or whatever. It's so you definitely hear the exceptions, but you're right. The rule does still apply for a reason. School I went to was a school that did art, not an art school. That's the worst, I think. I'm a theater major that does art as a passion, which if that's what you like, then go for it, right? But I guess I just don't think that anything needs to define your career. If you went to a bad art school, you went to a good art school, you had a good, skill base, a bad skill base, you're 23 or you're 38, I think that anyone can really become a great artist. I don't think that it's limited. I don't think it's gatekept by some inherent esotericism that we don't understand why some people can become an artist and other people can't. I really believe that anyone can become an artist, which is kind of funny. How goes the saving of light of day? Good. Apparently, I should be starting a stream right now. So, good morning. What's up? I hate the term excuses because it's used way too widely. For me, an excuse is something saying why they aren't trying to do or correct something, but people who also use it to dismiss the valid reasons for why something did or didn't happen in the past. Yeah, it's like it requires a lot more nuance. You're right about that. You know, it requires a lot of nuance in there, and you have to really understand why people... You know, I don't know the healthy way to do it, because, you know, I excused a lot of... I have personally had problems in my career where I have excused a lot of bad like habits and like laziness and like bad problems, like non-virtuous behavior, let's say, as like, oh, I can't do, like I've played a victim in my head before where I'm like, oh, well, I just, you know, if I could just have this, or if the school wasn't like that, or if like this wasn't like this, then I'd probably be where I want to be. And so I developed this intense sense of personal responsibility that nobody around me likes. Ella doesn't like it. My friends don't like it. People don't like it. But the only person that really gets it is Ella. She respects it, at least. My friends don't like it. You know, when I say like, oh, this didn't happen because I didn't work hard enough for it. They're like, no, you don't have any, like, this wasn't your fault. And it's like, well, it needs to be my fault, because if it's not my fault, I can't act upon it, and I don't want to be powerless. But there were a big part of me sort of finding peace and finding and moving forward is understanding why things happened. Right? Like I had a failure to launch out of school, basically, where I didn't start my art career until I was 29. Right? But I never gave up on it. But I did pause it. I mean, I kind of gave, depending on how you look at it, I gave up or not. Because I got into school, and you know, school was tough for me. That early 20s where you're supposed to kind of launch into the world was very difficult. It was probably the most difficult part of my life. Maybe, I don't know. I think so. I was in the hospital, in and out of the hospital a lot. Every summer I had a serious surgery. My friends would all... This is one of the reasons why people thought I was lazy at school, because I didn't ever want to tell them. It's like, you don't want to tell somebody that you have necessarily a big medical problem, because you don't want them asking you about it. Right? Hey, how you feeling today? And you're like, fine, why? Well, I know how you're dealing with this big thing. Like, are you okay? And you're like, yeah, I wasn't thinking about it, but like I am now, so thanks for reminding me. Like, I just didn't want that, so I never told my friends. But like, I would go on summer vacation, my friends would be like, okay, cool, see you in the fall. And I'd be like, if I'm lucky, maybe, see you guys later, have a good summer. I would never want to be like this weird anxious, like, okay, bye, Evan, like, hey, just in case, you know, don't see you again, like, give me a hug. Like, I never wanted that, right? But I had serious medical issues through my early 20s, right? At the time also, my parents had just split up. So it's like my family had just right in half, ripped right in half. My brother fucked off to school. My dad moved out. My mom, you know, whatever. And that was hard, right? Right when I was in the middle of that time. And then also my girlfriend of like a long time, who is now my wife, her dad died around that time too. So it's just like, oh my God. And that's like trying to support her through. So there's a lot of things that happened around that time that really just like crunched me into the ground. And it's all I could have done to finish my degree. That's all I could do. I couldn't succeed. I couldn't be the best in class. I couldn't do whatever. All I could do was finish my degree, and I'm proud of myself for doing that. And I was never proud of myself for making it that far, but I think that somebody with a lesser resolve wouldn't have. They would have dropped out or whatever. Let the pressure get to them. But I didn't, and I never gave myself credit for that, right? So I had this problem where I basically got out of art school completely broken and exhausted and scared. And so I took work that I could do, graphic design work, marketing work, so that I could start a life with Ella, make some money, not have a completely hard time, go on a trip, see the world with her, you know, a little bit. But that meant that I was never working on my art skills, since I wasn't an artist. I graduated from art school and I became a designer, which we do a little bit of both in our program. The first year, the 4 years is both. Second year is a little bit of both. Third year is specialized. Fourth year is extremely specialized. So it's like, man, what a shitty start, right? But that's the case for a lot of people. And then so you end up, then what happens? So you turn 23, you graduate school, 22, 23, you graduate school, you have a failure to launch because of all these problems or whatever. And then the guilt sinks in for me. That's what really was the sinker, was the guilt when I was like 26, 27, 28. I'm like, I can't believe I'm such a piece of shit. I never got this. I'm such a garbage human. And I really became like one of the things that allowed me to try again and go back to basics and back to square one and say, not how am I for a 30-year-old, but how am I for a person who's been out of school for a year? That was big. So you have to kind of understand where your circumstances are and understand it, and then not be too hard on yourself and be hard on yourself that's in a productive way. It's so hard, man. Working with older artists that have that problem that didn't launch for one reason or another, very difficult, because it's a balance of intense honesty. You know, you really have to be honest with yourself about what your issues are and what is and is not your fault. And yeah, older artists are very difficult to work with, but challenges that I think are worth the same amount of love and attention that a young artist is. Because I think that an older artist, you know, because like relatively, here's the thing: an artist will work into his or her 90s. You'll never stop making art. So the difference between a 22-year-old and a 38-year-old is not actually that big of a difference. You're still kind of young in your career, even not when you're in your 40s, right? So, because we work on a different scale than people working in finance or whatever do. So yeah, I don't know, man. I think older artists, a lot of times older artists give themselves like, oh, I can never make it because I went to school for the wrong thing and now I'm like 34 and like I have a kid and like my wife is whatever. It's just like, I don't know, man. I think you could probably be an artist by like 40, like professionally making the same income, doing the same stuff, you know. Give yourself 6 years. But yeah, if you can get across the desk, definitely agree. How many of those self-taughts are getting their DMs or applications read in the first place? That's true. I mean, a lot of it's on portfolio, so a lot of them, they do still see their portfolio. It's maybe it's a higher number than you think, actually. I don't know. Like indie streamer memes, maybe. Yeah, I think you relate. Sometimes things aren't your fault, but you still need to take accountability for it in general. You here, not specifically. Yeah, you're right about that. Yep. Things that happen to you in your life aren't always your fault, but they're your responsibility, unfortunately. That's a maturing moment for people, I think, when you realize that. But I don't know. What's up, Soja? What's good, Minako? What's going on, guys? So, yeah, I found a lot of peace in my art recently, in the process of art and the struggle. So I've been doing this painting for somebody that I've been working on for a very long time, more than a year. And part of the reason I've been working on it for so long is because it's so bad. Every time I do it, it's not working out. It's not what I want it to be. It's not what it needs to be. And so I want to restart it. I want to redo it because this person's a client and they deserve better and they deserve whatever. And I've done this with, I have a couple people that are waiting on pieces, on works from me, on commissions, that I am just extremely nervous to do, because every time I work on it, I'm like, this isn't good enough, man. And finding that peace and being able to accept where you are, it is so painful if you have your goals. The higher your goal is, or your aspiration, the more painful it is to not be there. And I aspire to be a painter that does, in my opinion, and I think in a lot of people's opinion, the most difficult kind of art ever. Of any degree, except maybe sculpture. Maybe make a case for sculpture. But a type of painting that is so difficult. And not being there and doing work that I see is not on the same path is very painful sometimes. I think being able to accept it and say, well, this is the piece that I can create now and whatnot is very important, and it's very necessary for artists. And I've found a lot of peace recently. I've learned a lot of lessons about myself. I know some people think this is voodoo, some people think it's like bullshit, whatever, and that's fine. You know, I'm not pushing anything on anybody. I have had a lot of personal development recently. Right? I'm not talking like self-help books and gurus and shit, but I've focused on me and developing myself a lot recently. And I kind of went to school on it for myself, you know? And, well, let me move this out here so I know where we're at. There we go. And it's been a great last month or so, a couple weeks, in fact. It's been a great March because of that. So, yeah, man, I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better than I did even last year. It's like a bright world out there, you know? Oh man, it's hard to explain. I really want self-taught artists to be able to continue to talk about their hardships, so I only hire people who went to art school. Yeah, I would not want to be part. I don't want to contribute to you not being able to talk about how hard your life is because you're self-taught. So I am not going to hire you. I'm going to select someone from art school so I can help maintain the status quo and continue to be the toxic, you know, art employer that you gain likes for on social media. Because think about it, if I give you a job and I pay you $75,000 a year, you can't farm likes on Twitter anymore by saying that people don't respect self-taught artists anymore. So like I can't be responsible for that, you know. Let me do a quick sketch. Is there any theme of the day? Landscape. Oh, that's right. We got to do our weekly meta. What is Corvus? I'm guessing this is some kind of a bird, right? Frugiligus. The Corvus frugiligus. This is in fact the rook. What is the difference between this and the raven? Honestly, scuffed raven. Yeah. My favorite reading of the Raven was done by Christopher Lee, and I listened to it. It's about 18 minutes long, I think. I listen to it about 4 to 5 times a year, usually in the fall. I don't know why, but I get this compulsion to listen to Christopher Lee read The Raven in his old theatrical British man voice. That I aspire to be that old and British one day. So this is, I'll give it, if Christopher Lee reading The Raven is a solid 10, and your budgie you grew up with, your parakeet you grew up with, is like a 1, I'm gonna give this like a solid, this is gonna sound harsh, I'm gonna give this a solid 5.8. You're like, Evan, you never rate things that low. The scale of what is possible if this is the new meta, the bird meta, especially if this is the dark, broody bird meta, is so potentially high. Once again, because of Christopher Lee reading The Raven, that is going to make it a harder scale to achieve on. So I think a 5.8 is really solid. So, I don't know. That's a good start to the week, Aduria. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for supplying me with a little bit of joy every week to anticipate what the meta is. I'll listen to Survivor, and do you know how hard, or do you know how I knew one of the participants is a self-taught artist? Oh no. How long did it take them to say it? Yeah, the first thing they said, oh no, oh god, it's hard, man. That's tough to. Okay, I need to change things around here.
Dreary, while I pondered,
Weak
and
and
weary,
weary,
over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore.
Suddenly there came a tapping, as if gently rapping on my chamber door. Ooh, I love Christopher Lee, man. He's got such a voice. What an interesting dude, man. What a like the end of a generation of like interesting people, you know. Goddamn. Thank you for 100 bits, man. I appreciate it. Just so you know how important you are, I finished the first novel-sized work ever. Really? Jeez, man. I'm proud of you. I failed at a novel 4 times in my life, but you and your world inspired me to a new level of success, and I thank you, dude. You inspire me, man, to work harder, because goddamn, if you can pursue your writing with such engagement and vigor, I want to try and do that with my art, you know. So
Agapius Monachoose.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, Atari. You are a valuable member of our creative sphere, and many people look up to you. I hope you understand that. Wait, what is this? Is this part of the bird meta, Azura? Ooh, let's see. Agapius monicus is the Cinereus vulture. I am going to give this vulture like a, again, this is a hard scale. This is a hard week to achieve anything, you know, above like a 3 or whatever. That's above a 4 is already impressive. I think this is a great bird. I especially like bonus points because he's bald. And my favorite Twitch streamer, Asmongold, is also bald. So that's gonna bump it up at least a point or 2. So I'm gonna give it like a 4.9, like a 4.9. We're going north of the 4 We would be north of the 4 already because it's a great bird. So like we'd probably be like a 4.3 or so, but I'm gonna give it 3 or 6 extra decimals on that because it's also bald. So that's a great bird, man. That's a good bird. Again, on the metric scale of Christopher Lee reading the Raven, it's gonna be hard for anything to achieve above a 4. So I think that's a great rating, great bird. All around, good start to the morning. That's good shit, man. That's a good bird. What's good, Nick? It was hilarious. Sounds like it. No, I don't actually have a big problem with artists like bragging about themselves being self-taught. I just don't think that they understand what they're doing or what they're saying when they're self-taught completely. You know, I worry that there is a... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's not my job to psychoanalyze anybody. I just think they're not doing themselves any favors. You know what I mean? And I am concerned about them in some way. But then again, why do I have to be concerned about anybody? Why do I have to care about them? If they're going to do stuff that's, you know, in their best interest or not, I guess it doesn't really matter to me. Say what you want. Do what you want. Don't listen to anybody. Just do what the fuck ever you want in life. Nobody knows what they're talking about anyway, so just get after it, bro. You know? I just thought of the dumbest meme possible. Alright, let's see it. Looking for beta readers feedback in a few weeks. You're top of the list. Dude, I'm so excited to read. Like, I was expecting to do some sort of like spring, sort of like dumb subathon event type thing where I could like be alive all day and actually read, like sit down for a couple of hours and read the second story, but I haven't yet. And I'm kind of thinking honestly of just reading it. But I don't want to deprive the stream of it, you know? I'm really torn. It's like I don't want to keep waiting because that feels like I don't like waiting. But also I don't want to deprive the stream of the peak that is going to be me reading the stories on stream. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. I was gonna do some sort of a spring sort of like event thing, like late winter, early spring thing. I just didn't because I just didn't have the energy. I've had so many projects on the go that I need to do that, you know, I ended up taking the month off instead of instead of doing anything extra, right? So it's like that didn't feel good. I really hate taking streams off, dude. It bothers me. I'm gonna have to take a bunch off this year though, because I'm gonna be going out of town with Ella a bunch to go to various markets and conventions with her. The ones that she goes to in Calgary, I don't have to worry about because it's like it's pretty close. It's not that big of a deal. She can drive home in the evening. It's fine, you know. And thankfully, she's developed a couple of friends that she goes to conventions with, like other vendors. She's met a and befriended a lovely young seamstress who makes cool ass shit. That they go to a lot of the same markets and conventions together. So she has like a good friend there now, which is cool. But if it's out of town, I don't want to let her go to a different city. Like basically, call me crazy. I don't want to let my wife go to another city and stay in a hotel all by herself. That just makes me nervous. So I go with her to the ones where we have to travel. Obviously, I think most people would probably do that with their spouse, but you know, it would just seem a little bit weird to let her have to pack up and drive all that distance on her own and whatnot. So I want to go with all those, but on those weekends I'll have to miss the Friday stream. You know, I'll have to miss every Friday stream. However, I am also thinking about streaming on the weekends because I have decided I am going to try and attempt to do a scuffed D&D game on stream. And I'm formally announcing intention. This is an announcement of an announcement. I am announcing that there will be an announcement at some point in time. That's what I'm doing. And I'm gonna start playing a D&D game on stream this year in the next couple of weeks or months if I can, because I want to. And I realize it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have, I have all these plans and all these like goals and ambitions for what it needs to be. And I realize that it doesn't need to be any of that. So I'm going to ask a friend of mine, a very dear friend, if they would be willing to play D&D with me on stream. And we'll do a either between 1 to 2 party member game on streams. We can tell a little story somewhere in the world. And I'm going to see if it works out. If it does, great. If it doesn't, that's no biggie. I'll just force Ella into playing with me. I'll play a one-on-one D&D with her instead. No, it's gonna be cool. I have plans, and I'm gonna really try this year to see it happen. It doesn't need to be perfect. I just feel like there's always this big pressure on me to like have art ready and everything for every game, and I realize I kind of just don't need that. A lot of my players are always okay with it, although they are disappointed when there's no like amazing art, and I guess it's a good disappointment to have. You know, it's like a disappointment of high expectations, because people like always want to see cool stuff. But that pressure that people unintentionally put on me, I let get to me. And so I didn't want to run D&D unless I had like 5 or 6 hours a week to do art and assets and cool stuff just for that game or not, you know? But I realize it's not that important. It's not necessary. It's not required, I guess, to have a good game. So I'm just gonna play a game. Just gonna enjoy it. It's just gonna be fun. We're gonna tell some stories. I'm gonna take you guys into Eldara through the very narrow perspective of one specific character, and it's gonna be a whole lot of fun if I can. I have not messaged them yet, though. I should DM them. They've already expressed interest, but I haven't. I have waffled on it every time they express interest in it. So. Briefing meeting, yes, we're an announcement, a briefing meeting for the follow-up meeting so that we can have a meeting to define our goals for the actual meeting. You know, don't forget the meeting to set the meeting schedule and agenda. Exactly. I need to maintain my life more corporate like this. Now, I've never worked at a corporation standard, but I need some insight as to how to do this. I need to like make a meeting for the meeting. I need to send out memos and notices for this. I feel like that's the way most people function in life. So I'm missing out by like trying to have efficient communication with my friends, right? And people that I work with. Isn't that what I'm doing wrong? We call us the meeting before the meeting. Yeah, all right. Not to be confused with the meeting after the meeting. That's completely... Wait, you guys have meetings after meetings? What is, just because I need to vicariously live a nightmare through you guys, what is the most amount of meeting time that any of you guys have spent in an entire week? Let's say you work your 40 hours, and I don't know if you guys do overtime or whatever. How many of those 40 hours is the most amount of time? And I'm not talking about like, oh, I went to a summit or whatever, but in 1 week, just like, not like the once a 10-year merger, we got this thing going on, but just like the bullshit mundane day-to-day, it's another week at the office or at my company. What's the most amount of time you spent in meetings in a week? Because I can't relate to this, dog. Like you know, I'm a freelancer. I send DMs, right? I got right. People ask me about drawing their cute cat girl for their D&D game. All right, that's it. That's the end of the meeting for me. You know, I have long meetings with clients, so we're just talking and chilling out and talking about their characters, and I'm asking them questions about the D&D game. It's not like a meeting. So like, what is the dystopia? What am I missing out on here? We have meetings for who's going to shred the paper. Oh, God. You ever stand up before all that to go over how to conduct yourself during a meeting and check the post-meeting notes? God damn. The meeting after the meeting is for all of us to figure out what the fuck the boss just said? Okay. All right. Most of you is probably 8 hours of total meetings. 8 of your 40 hours was meetings. So what an entire work day. You just delete Monday, and Monday is just all meetings. Really? That's impressive. 4 to 5 hours a day? What the fuck? You're in meetings for half of the time that you are getting paid? Half of your billable hours are meetings. What the fuck? Jeez, dude. Okay. All right. That's impressive, honestly. 15 hours plus. Software dev, what I have in my way, maybe 5 hours a week. Well, here's the thing. I got a lot of friends that are software devs. There's in this little guild, our little Twitch crew here, there's actually a higher consistency of software developers than any other like singular job that I know of. And it seems like everyone that I talk to that's a software dev brags about exactly how many meetings they get out of it every week. So I don't know. I guess you guys like. I guess you guys make an art of it. You know, it's like your entire job as a software dev is to try and like solve problems and figure out how to automate yourself out of actually having to do any work, but automate yourself so much that automate yourself so hard that you don't actually have to do any work, but also automate yourself in such a contrived way that they can't get rid of you because you're the only one that knows how to do it, right? So y'all are about efficiency. And it seems like everybody's trying, all the software engineers that I know and devs and stuff, y'all are just trying to get as many meetings per week. It's impressive. Now, whether you find success doing that or not, I don't know, but it sounds depressing, honestly. It's
Hello,
oh, God.
good sir. I'd like to request your presence in stream topic
Yes.
for a meme I've put zero effort in and that exactly 2 people will find hilarious. Evanbl Crumb Evanbl salute.
All right. All right. All right, what do we got? No one. Absolutely no one. My brain. Baldur's Gate 3. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Thorkin, is Baldur's Gate 3, not 3 ballies behind a gate. Okay, stop it. Jesus, this is not what my stream is about. Today we're talking about adventure planning, okay? This is not an adventure. Don't encourage Himiduria. No, stop. Don't encourage him, okay? We can't give Thorkin positive feedback on memes, otherwise Thorkin's just gonna be a professional meme maker with 150,000 followers on Twitter in a week. Alright? Okay. I think most when I was doing research for multiple classes, I had 2 to 3 hour meetings every day for a week and I hated it. That sounds rough. I don't know, dude. It's soul crushing sitting in meetings fighting the need fighting the needs to take or fighting the need to take a shit. Alright. Sipping coffee, keep focused on the boring topic of people talking over another. God. Like, don't you guys have tanks at your companies? Like, aren't you supposed to have somebody that's like a tank that goes to the meeting for you so the rest of the DPS can keep like working hard or whatever? Like, isn't there somebody that's a corporate tank role? Isn't that what project managers are supposed to do? Or whatever, or like producers? Like the producer's supposed to go to the meeting with whatever so that they can send a 5 minutes email summary to the rest of the team? Isn't there a system in place to avoid this problem of too many meetings? And like, who's calling all these meetings, dude? We're just talking hilarious though. Stop. Makes you breathe out air out of my nose for sure. He makes you exhale from your nose. Yes, that's. I did also schnoz exhale from that. So, tanks, software developers more like casters. Well, sure, you guys are like you're still trying to DPS the project, right? You're trying to like pump up your numbers, get your parses up. You're DPSing the project. You know, your healers are doing nothing. They're not even in the raid, really. You went there with no tanks, no healers. You just have, then you have like a big mechanic come down, like a meeting, and you have no tank to soak the mechanic, so all the DPS have to soak the mechanic. It's tough, dude. It sounds rough being an engineer or whatever. Oh man, I don't know if I could do it. I want to work in an office at some point in time and do something like mundane for like 8 months. Not long enough to screw my life or whatever by like doing that, but like long enough to understand the monotony. Because it's like, oh, I'm only here for 6 months, not a big deal. It's like, okay, whatever. Like, oh, I'm here for like 3 months, you know, you can get over it. But I feel like if you're somewhere for like 8 months, I feel like you're really like you really let that hopelessness set in. You know? Of my like software dev friends and stuff, I have like not the ones in our guild, but like my personal ones that I know, like people that work at Twitch and Blizzard and shit. It's always very different and unique. Like it's so funny to hear somebody that makes $400,000 a year tell me I'm living the dream. They're like, bro, you don't need meeting. You get up and you go to the gym, you go home, and you just start your stream up, and then you chill out for a while, then you like do some work, like 6 or 7 hours of work after. It's like, man, you're living the absolute dream, and I'm like, bro, you can afford groceries. Like, what do you mean? It might be an alt grass is greener on the other side thing, but I do find it funny just the like, you know, the meme of like, okay, I don't know if you guys have seen the meme, but like the guy going up the escalator or going down the escalator with like a coffee maker and his like girlfriend being all excited about it, and he looks like he's dead, and he like looks over and sees a guy going up the escalator with like a PS5 or whatever. Is this a real meme, or am I making this up? This one. This one. This is the meme. I feel like this is me versus my software engineer friends. Right? This I think sums up whenever I forget my position in the world, and like I'm like, oh, it's so hard, like this month was tough on Twitch, this month was tough for commissions or whatever. I remember this meme. And I remember my friends holding their $400,000 coffee maker. You know? They've got their corporation giving them a big hug, and they've got their coffee maker, their $400,000 paycheck coffee maker. And meanwhile, I'm going up the other end, you know, completely free with my PS5, you know, freelancing career in hand. That's the meme, man. That's the meme that I remember that keeps me going sometimes. Whenever things are tough as a freelancer. You know, that's that's what I think about. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm not missing out on much. Maybe I am. Who knows? In my defense, the meetings were more effective than sending out emails that would mysteriously disappear when the deadlines were creeping up on me and my GPA was crying. Oh, look, fair, but I think you would have figured it out. All right? I believe in you, Soja. I don't know what kind of research you were doing, but I'm assuming it means you're an intelligent individual. I'm assuming you were doing some sort of like either like biomedical research or some like theoretical mathematics economy PhD research or some shit. So I believe that you would have figured it out. I believe you're smart enough. You know. How do I know that you're really smart, Soja? I'll tell you. I can tell how highly sophisticated someone is educated based on how good their D&D opinions are. Yep. And it's not a direct line. It's a graph. Right? So you have quality of D&D opinion versus education. All right. And it looks like this. I think this is right. Yeah. All right. So either you have 0 education and you have the best D&D opinions, or you have the most. That's how it works. Because right here is you've got the like you know, clerics are cool. You've got the like, I wanna play Dagrond. Okay. You've got the, I saw this on Critical Role, so You've got the worst D&D opinions in the middle here. Okay? Up here, you've got the like, and you get different types of opinions. On the most educated side, you've got the opinions like playing wizard check this out. You got your wizard players being like, yo, hold my beer. All right? That's this form. On this side, you have the chronic MMO players. This is me right here. Okay, this is Evan is here. All right. And you have this like this graph, this unfortunate, you know, you have this unfortunate in between area of people that like have, I don't know, like what this looks like is the chronic MMO players. What this looks like is like the, I don't know, the like physics PhDs. The software engineers. Okay? The chronic MMO players. The thing is, and let me tell you exactly why. So I've talked a lot of shit, but y'all are wondering, you're like, okay, prove it. Here's the proof. What do you have in the middle? You have the chronic MMO players over here. You have the physics PhDs and software engineers over here. Who is in the middle? Who is this like middle education bracket, lowest D&D opinion? I'll tell you exactly who it is. All right. You have the 4-year HUAS degree holders. All right. This is your art students like me. This is your liberal arts, bro. This is all of that.
I was dead.
Okay.
So I did it. Check DMs Evandal salute.
Okay. Give me a second, Thor. Thank you for 100 bits. And thank you, Dashno, for the 47 months, bro. At tier 3. What a simp. Thanks, Barton. I appreciate that. So, why does this bracket have the worst D&D opinions? Because this is the group that has money. Not a degen. Not
yes,
a
my
chat.
4-year degree in network administration that I've never been able to use. I love my bowl, and I don't want the edge of the bell.
Look, man, here's the thing. Now, here's where I'm worried I'm gonna hit too close to home for some people. All right, so you have money. You're not a degen, but you're not a Chad. You're right in the middle. You're doing just fine. All right, that's it. Just fine. Perfectly suitable. And what does that lead to? You have extra money. You don't have the responsibilities of like the group over here, but you also don't have the time or lunacy of the people over here. So what do you do with that money? That's right. These are our gacha players. These are our Genshin Impact players. This is our chronic D&D show fans. Right? This is the middle of the curve. They have enough money to waste it on dumb shit. But they don't have enough responsibility. They're too busy for this garbage. So they form the worst opinions about D&D. Because they're too busy. They're like, oh, I want to play an anime cat girl like in my Genshin game. Or I saw how to play D&D on Dimension 20, Critical Role, Dungeons and Daddies, Rolling Saints, Rolling Dynasty, Critical Friends. I'm just making up titles now of lame D&D shows that I assume exist. Because, let's face it, every D&D show needs to have a lame name like that. Alright? And therefore, this is how I want to play D&D. So this is exactly how it breaks out. This is the science behind it. Alright? This is the exact science behind it. This is why, as you approach the middle of, like, sort of the pack, you begin to have the worst D&D opinions as a nerd. I'm sorry. It hurts because it's true. Alright, what DM am I looking at? Alright. So you want the middle? No, you don't want the middle. You either want to play with the Lady Sojas of the world or the Evan Blair Arts of the world. You never want to play with somebody who plays D&D in the middle. All right? This is not what you want, okay? This is not, yeah. Anyway. This is the D&D education they don't give you in school. So Salvin's actually got good at art, selling commissions to play mobile games. Fate Go really messed me up, Ashley. Jeez, I needed to find that triple star saber of red. And all I got was triple star red sabers. Alright. Never play D&D with somebody who has enough disposable income to play a gacha game, but not enough sense to not play the gacha game. Unless they're a free-to-play player, in which case they need help. Just in life, they need help. If someone's playing a free-to-play gacha game, or free-to-play in a gacha game, they just need some friends, man. Just go give them a hug. They deserve it. They need it. Go do what you gotta do. My large expense is a mobile game. What mobile game, Aduria? Which one has got you right now? Because I'll be honest, I'm not above this. I spend about $20 on a mobile game every month. I spent about $20 on Pokemon Go. I realized that it made going for walks and stuff way more enjoyable when I could also like hatch eggs and stuff. I spent about $20, maybe like more like 10 or 15, maybe like 15. I don't know, whatever. 20 bucks. Canadian. Every month, buying the ticket for the event or whatever it is so I can go hatch the fucking Togepi or whatever garbage thing we're getting that month. You know, and it's fun. I play with Ella. It's great, but I don't have any gacha games that I play. I've never played a gacha game, really. Actually, I don't think I've ever played a gacha game, really, all that much. Like, I've never played Genshin, Grand Blue, Fate, Phantasy Star, Star Ocean. Like, I've never played any of the big ones. I've watched people play Honkai Star Rail. I've watched people play Genshin. But I myself have never indulged, and I feel like I'm missing out on something, you know? Had to pause for the whole explanation. Can you do it again? Ah, shit. I just erased it. Ah, fuck. Ed, no. It's called Aether Gazer. I downloaded it when it was in Japan. Didn't get around to playing it until 6 months ago after I got home. Aether Gazer. I originally read that as Aether Glazer, and I just... This is my fault. What do we got? Aether Gazer. That was cool. What do we got? We got creator scam program. Wait, creator scam program. Is that what that read? This looks cool.
He's putting my shame on screen and I don't like it.
This is cool. Dude, this art's great, dude. I like this. I like her. She's cool. I like his suit. This is great, man. The thing I love about gacha games... No, I'm not shaming you, Adoria. You have done that yourself. I like the art in gacha games. I think some of the best artists in the industry are currently working on gacha titles. I love this character design. I don't know what her name is, but she's my favorite. What do we got? Wait, is Shino? Oh, wait, that's Yggdrasil. I'm guessing these are different organizations. Shino. So we got the corporation. What do we got? We got the ninjas. The ninjas and tech Neo Tokyo weeaboos. The Nile. Ooh. Wait, it's the same characters. Oh no. Nile, I'm guessing, is the the experimental research. I don't know, science branch or whatever. We've got Olympus. Olympus is the sort of pantheonic, kind of flamboyant, over the top, god personalities. You know, naturally. Okay, it's cool. I like his character design. I like his dumb hair shit. I always like dumb hair shit. And asterism. If this is the witches or casters or magic users or whatever, oh, it's... You know what? It's fine. I've been put on the FBI watch lists for worse reasons. This is fine. This isn't this. You know, it's fine, right? Listen, we all listened to MLG memes in 2011. So, yeah, this probably isn't even that bad. But that's okay. Anyway, join force, protect the future. This seems cool. You know what? I dig it. This seems like a cool game. How much does one spend on this game every month? I've spent $20 on a phone game since smartphones came out. What am I missing? I don't think much. I don't know. Like Pokemon Go is the one that is the only phone game or mobile game I've ever spent money on, because they have these event tickets that you gotta be a part of so you can catch the new whatever. You know, they're locking a mythical Pokemon behind a pay to win event ticket, and I'm fine giving them a little bit of money here and there. You know, but I could certainly wail out on Pokemon Go, and I don't. And yeah. But, you know, I play Pokemon still because I'm a mid-30 something that never figured out how to grow up past the age of 11. So, you know, that's my emotional damage on display. It's like, what is your emotional, what is your mobile game of choice say about your emotional trauma? Right? Like, what does Pokemon Go say about my emotional trauma? It's that I never figured out how to grow up past the age of 11, and personal responsibility shatters my fragile little sense of ego. Therefore, I need to hide in a mystical world where I can catch Pokemon friends and be a kid forever. What does Aduria's mobile game of choice say about him? It's been decades since a girl looked at him. That's what that says. So, you know, no, I'm kidding. Okay, I'm kidding. I don't mean to gotcha players. I'm sorry. It's a joke. Listen, we have to laugh at ourselves, all right? Come on, bro. It's a joke. It's a joke. I swear. I'm sorry. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. God, you guys get so mad. Jeez.
What's up? What we doing today?
Oh god. What's up, Senex? Okay, welcome home, Senex. I'm guessing you're off the train. What's up? We're not doing a single thing. Don't worry about it. We're chilling. One left is 4 giant hover fists that beat people up.
He's
I'm
right.
guessing the dude, right?
It's been 3 decades, and I'm only 27.
Oh god. Oh, I love that Aduria plays games for 43-year-olds, but is only in his 20s. I fucking love that. The duality of Aduria, you know, plays Battletech and Warframe like a 48-year-old, but also plays Aether Panzer or Aether or whatever. I don't remember. I'm sorry. You ever lost your dinosaur is not a bad thing? Yeah, that's true. I guess. I don't know. The ticket for Shiny Shaman requires you to catch nearly 2,000 Pokemon. What the fuck is this? Dude, I am on Pokemon like 500 or 600 right now of my Shiny Shaman research. Alright? I am on the Shiny Shaman research right now. I'm crunching it. I'm going for it. I'm getting after it. Alright? I'm on my way. I'm gonna get that Shiny Shaman. And it's gonna be dope. You know? I don't know when, but I'm gonna get it. The only gacha game I play is MTG and Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, oof. I haven't played that in a long time. I'm not smart enough to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore, so just watch Ashley do it for me. Tabletop Notch, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Honored to have you, my friend. I play the OGs, true, you know. I'm trying to, but I caught it's over 100 or 200 probably. I am only at like 27 Pokemon from the Johto region caught, so I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna get this research done. It'll take me a year or two. I've accepted that. But every day I go to the gym. My gym has like a couple of Pokestops right around it that I can spin while I'm at my gym every morning. So I put my Pokemon Go Plus on auto catch, and I catch like probably 30 to 50 Pokemon, and I get like probably 80 to 100 Pokeballs. So I can basically auto catch on my way to and from the gym every day and not lose anything. And I catch about 80 to 100 Pokemon every day doing that. So I'll get there eventually, you know, without having to like buy anything or buy extra Pokeballs or buy coins or anything of that. Like basically just free to play, which is nice. So I don't know, man. I don't know how long it's gonna be. A surprising amount of people at my gym play Pokemon Go, though. It's crazy. The gym always changes over, and then I'll capture the gym or whatever that's at my gym, and I'll put a Pokemon in it, and like I'll check back like 20 minutes later, and it's full up with like five people slap the Pokemon into it. It's crazy. I don't know, man. What's up, Sam? Wish I had auto catching thing. I have over 500 Ultra Balls. It makes the game a lot more fun. It's like it's expensive, you know. It's like a $60 Canadian thing, I think. I don't know how much it is in USD. But I think the Pokemon Go Plus is worth it. If you enjoy playing the game, you just sort of passively see when you go out, you turn your auto catch on or whatever, and you see what cool things you came back with that day, and it's fun. I caught a shiny Beldum on my auto catch the other day. And Ella has a shiny Beldum as well. So Ella and I are waiting to become lucky friends so we can do a lucky trade and get shiny Metagrosses that are lucky, guaranteed 3 stars. I'm sorry for everyone who doesn't play Pokemon Go. This must sound absolutely ridiculous and stupid. So, yeah. For like 50 freedom money, so I got a shiny Cresselia the other day. Damn, bro. Shiny legendaries? Last summer we had our walking challenge. This summer we're gonna have a Pokemon Go challenge. Same thing, just more fun. Actually, a bunch of people from the guild got into Pokemon Go last summer because of the walking challenge, which I don't know if we're gonna do again this summer. Definitely not a full summer long one. Maybe a singular month long challenge will be fun. Journey to some location or whatever, but I don't know. Thank you, Sam, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome into the guild. We're honored to have you. All right. New temple. The problem is I have this entire like space on this mountain where I'm gonna put like the Astral Knight temple, and I have no idea what it looks like. And I realized I have to have these visuals ready because Ella is playing her Astral Knight on Thursday in 2 days. Wait, it's tomorrow. Never mind. It's not Tuesday. That's tomorrow. Oh, shit. So I need to have some stuff done and finished so that she knows what's up. And also, potentially, the individual who I'm going to be playing D&D on stream with, if things work out, and either maybe Ella and her or a couple of other friends or whatever. But I'm going to have people who are playing Astral Knight and Astral Sages. So I need to have stuff ready for them. Needs to be ready.
Get going then.
I'm going. Jesus, I'm working on it, Senex. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. I released the 8-stage class. No, I'm planning on doing that with the adventure. I realized the adventure first draft, which would because I need to be ready for Atari. So I need to finish the art. Actually, fuck it. I'll release whenever the art's done. But yeah, the first, if you want to actually see it being played, it's going to be available whenever we start our Twitch game or our D&D game on Twitch. And then I too can be made fun of as a bad Twitch DM. People are going to say, "Wow, you're so not Matt Mercer. I thought you were a good DM, Evan. I thought you were basically Matt Mercer. Like, everyone has to be if you're playing on D&D on Twitch. But you're just a regular dude. A nerd, even." What if they call me a nerd, guys? What if I got called a nerd? I don't know what I'm gonna do. What if I end up killing my player on the first day? My promise, I think, to everyone when we start playing our game on Twitch, my promise to you all is I will be willing to kill my players every encounter. I will not try to kill them, and certain encounters will be more deadly than others, but my promise to you guys is that lethality is a real option on every single encounter. You stub your toe, man, you fight a bear, whatever it is, I promise you that I will allow for the possibility of killing my players.
In my good Christian D&D stream, cringe, unfollowed.
Take 100 bits, Duria. You joke. People have unfollowed for worse reasons, so, you know. Change your Twitch handle for these games, so not Matt Mercer. I should. I should change my Twitch name to Walmart Matt Mercer. Like the Mercer at home, something like that. Like Great Value Mercer. Oh my god! I should try and... Hold on. Is this name taken? Why is my keyboard breaking? There we go. Okay, we're gonna check to see if this name exists on Twitch. There is no one with the Twitch name Kirkland Matt Mercer. So guys, I could be Kirkland Matt Mercer. That could be me. I could play my D&D stream and be Great Value Kirkland Matt Mercer. Holy shit. Wall Matt Mercer? That's better actually. You're right about that. Love your art. Have you done any animations? We'd love to see that in your style. No, Stinkosaurus. I haven't really done much animation in my career. I used to do some small animation work back in my younger 20s, but I haven't done any since I really started like taking my art very seriously in the last couple of years. I love animation. I just don't necessarily have the right workflow for it. I do have the only animation experience I have is working in storyboard. Like I really love storyboard work, which is a lot of fun for like cinematics and stuff. So storyboard is a lot of fun for me, but my workflow is so messy and like I'm a painter at heart. So the sketches are all supposed to be like kind of informing a painting process. I guess that makes sense. But no, I don't know. I'd love to try it. I just don't really have the time and necessarily like workflow for it. But one day, it's like on my list of things that I'd love to do. I'd love to eventually do an animatic type thing for one of my D&D games. Have like a trailer or something for that or whatever. You know?
I always tell my players lethality is not my goal, however it is not off the table if you act stupid.
I mean, a little more aggro, you know? I don't like to lock lethality for behind, you know, stupidity. But you right. Yeah, you right. Like I don't, you know. Yeah. I agree, Senex. Listen. I think that lethality in D&D and a game over screen is part of the charm of the game. I think at the point where you aren't willing to lose a character, going into a dungeon full of enemies stops feeling as interesting, if you know what I mean. but that's also my style. I know it's not a very popular style, so. Left you a gift in the studies channel. Okay. What is it? Studies, whip, and fba. Hey! Look at that, man. You got the Soul Dynasty hat and everything. Dude, that's sick, bro. Hey. 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 Yo, but wait, why Monka? Dude, that's sick. Hey, thanks, man. I love this. This is great. You have my trap muscles perfectly rendered. You know, you have a deep appreciation of my sheer fucking masculinity. Arrgh! That's dope, dude. That's great, man. Good study, bro. Good study. I like it. I'm impressed. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. I'm honored. Fuck yeah. Biggest parts of my life are D&D and IT. So when it feels like when I tell someone I'll help with their PC. Oh no. Are you the kind of DM that doesn't help your players when they don't know understand the character sheet? Because I sure am. I'm like an IT pro at heart, you know? Well, I'm not in IT. I'm not in the like IT field, Ed. But I do have a dad in his 60s that has a phone.
Well, if they walk up to a creature that will obviously kick their behind and try to give it a hug, I wouldn't be surprised if at least one vanishes.
What is Senix? Okay. I feel like this is a you question. I'm curious about anyone else here, by the way. This is an everybody question, but I assume Senix will have a great answer. But if anyone has a great answer, please make my day better. What is the dumbest thing that a player at your table has done to earn a player death? Because mine... Okay. Mine was a friend who they're in the dungeon. They killed the Lich. It was a Lich game, okay?
Feed a homebrew Wendigo.
That's pretty dumb. I have Wampa vibes. That's pretty dumb. Is that okay? So they killed the Lich. All right. This Chad shrugs like a motherfucker. God, you're right, standard. Okay, so sorry. They killed the Lich, okay? And then they find the like decoy phylactery, and they're like, break it. This is not the real phylactery. They find the like hole in the wall, the little bit of light peeking through into the secret cavern. They break the wall down to find the actual Lich's treasure and Lich's phylactery. My friend then proceeds to approach the phylactery. Picks it up. It was a jar full of a swirling necrotic, necrotic silver and green glowing liquid with like black strands of like something sinew wrapping through it, moving through the entire thing, shifting. And they were like, okay, this is the phylactery. We have to pour the phylactery out, and then we have to douse it in holy water. That's what they decided. The paladin says, well, I'm a paladin, and I don't have the holy water. Because they were given holy water, because they said early in the campaign, early in the game, it was like, oh, go fight the Lich. It is said that in order to kill the Lich, that only the holy water from this spring will absolve the evil of its whatever. So, because the Lich was a former priest at this temple, whatever. So the paladin does not have the holy water. And so he proceeds to say, well, I am an embodiment of my god. So I will cleanse and this curse. And the group's like, what are you gonna spit on it? What are you gonna pee on it? No. He takes the phylactery, corks it, and proceeds to drink the Lich's phylactery. I didn't know how much necrotic damage to give him. I didn't know how much necrotic damage drinking the Lich's phylactery would do. So I just started rolling d6s. I had like one of those ChessX d6 like sets. Not the ones with the really tiny dice, but the bigger one. So it has 2, 4, 8, it has 12 d6 in it or whatever. No, 24? I don't remember. But I just like dumped that out and said, that's how much necrotic damage you take. And
necrotic damage, yes.
Yeah, I mean, and he fucking died. Okay, look, I didn't realize he had so little HP, but I always remember that as the dumbest thing that a player has ever done to earn a player death in my game. Because the thing is, I couldn't rationalize how you could be resurrected from that. This is 3.5 back when you had like, you know, whatever. Thank you, Standard, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. Good to see you, bro. Even a little hello there, General Kenobi. Anyway. And so I couldn't rationalize how you could be resurrected if your body was being devoured from the inside out by necrotic energies. So what happened, though, is the party then, like, he became to like burn from the inside out. His rib cage opened up and began to burn, and there is like, it was ichor and whatever, and his eyes melted out, and it was grotesque and glorious. It was amazing. It was one of the character deaths where he was just like, that was pretty cool. All right, I'll take it, you know? And so years later, though, we were playing another game, and I have another Lich, and the Lich had come back because the Paladin did not in fact destroy his phylactery. The Paladin just became the vessel of his new phylactery. So when I had the players go down to the same crypt in the game years later to fight the same Lich, they saw that character's like corpse, like skeleton in his armor, just as he had been left dead, with this large like mass, this like massive phylactery liquid just like growing in his chest, like a Zerg, you know, creep tumor or something, just sort of pulsating. So it was cool in the end, but it also was the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen a player do to earn a permanent death, you know, in my game. I only killed one PC in several years. They were in a maddening darkness from the BBG, and everyone was out except one down PC. Her ally had healing spirit right next to her, and instead of letting her heal her on her turn so she could dash out, he moved out. Ooh, wait, I got scrolled on. Moved outside the field to heal himself. Oh, no. Thank you for letting me know, Ella. No, don't move away from the healer. Oh, no, that's not what you do. Look, I think good player deaths are always worth it, you know? Wait, okay, hold on. I'm remembering another... It was the same player. Why is it always Yavuz? Okay, no, wait. Is that the dumbest thing? Or is it when he started drinking potions off the rack and drank a potion of instant death without reading labels and instantly died because of it? That one just makes me more mad for some reason. Why are my like top 3 character players' stupid deaths always fucking Yavuz? Okay, because the third one was when he split off recently at some point. He split off and he went into it. There was two buildings, right? 2 buildings, and the party was here, and there was like a whole bunch of guys over here, and there was a whole bunch of guys over here, and the party was like, we're gonna go around and like fight these guys here and try and be quiet to like kill them, so that while these guys are on patrol this way, and so Yavuz said, oh, I'll just go this way and I'll distract them while you guys are fighting this group over here. And so he fucking goes over here and tries to 1v5 these guys because he's like, I'm gonna distract them by throwing a knife at them and putting my hands up. I was like, okay, are you like running, or are you gonna like go into the forest and lead them away? Are you gonna hide? Are you gonna whatever? He's like, no, I'm gonna get ready. I'm gonna put up my hands and say, have at you. And it's like, so you're just gonna enter combat with 5 pirates? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, what is your plan? Why are they always the same person?
Sorry, but I have to ask. Did
Jesus.
you ask him if he was really sure if he wants to drink it?
Yes. I said, okay, the potion rack, you know, because they like had guys like coming into their room and whatnot, and they were gonna fight them. Whatnot, and the guard, they were all injured. He's like, one of these has to be a healing potion. I'm just gonna start drinking them. I'm like, okay, they're all in Elvish. They're all labeled in Elvish. Can you read Elvish? He's like, no, I can't read Elvish. I'm like, okay, they're not in like clear bottles. They're all just sort of like brown bottles with the Elvish labels on them. And he's like, I'm just gonna start drinking them and until I get a, you know, I'll get like maybe a potion of strength and a potion of visibility, whatever, and a potion of. And I'm like, just so you know, some of these potions, this potion maker said earlier that some of her potions can be quite dangerous or even lethal. And he's like, yeah, but one of them has to be healing potions. I'm like, okay, you sure you want to pick a random potion? And so I wrote down like, you know, I wrote down like 10 potions, right, on a chart, and then I got him to 1d10 it. And he rolled like he got a potion of like sea invisibility or sea spirits or some shit like that. And then he got another potion of like, I don't know, like levitation. So he's sitting there like floating over the potions. And then the next turn he drinks another one and he rolls fucking insta death or liquid death or whatever it is. And he's like, oh shit, I guess I got unlucky. Why would you? Okay. Why is it all the same person? Why is it always the same person by DD table that does the dumbest things that dies? Dude. Like he also, oh my god. He also, this was because, okay, I should backward information on this. At one point in one game, okay, at one point in one game, it actually worked out for him to do this. Because there was a, like, they're fighting like a wizard or some shit, and the potion rack that he had smashed into the ground. There was just potions like mixing on the ground. And so what he does, his character does, is he jumps in the puddle and starts rolling around in the potions. And so I just started giving him random potion effects, which, by the way, insta-death was on that table, but he got like giant strength and like sea invisibility and like speed or whatever. So he just gets up as this berserking, you know, 12-foot tall giant strength floating, you know, ultra vision barbarian with haste and just goes and kills the entire fucking horde of goblins or whatever it was. So it worked out for him once, and so he thinks he's safe the second time. That's why it pisses me off. All right. He actually had grounds to think that it would work out again. It's always the same player, man. 2 or 3 of these deaths were drinking related. Yeah, true. Which is all the same player, man. Been guilty of some dumb stuff in my games. Character jumped out a window in a building a few stories up the planet, chase after a target who jumped out earlier that round. Could fall to your death. Yeah, it's fine. Listen, falling damage isn't the worst. If you die to falling damage, it's fine. Okay. That's not the worst thing that can happen to you. At least you're not drinking your way to doom. I've had players kill other players in our D&D games. I had to set a no PvP rule. Do you guys have a no PvP rule at your table? I have a no PvP rule at my table. You are not allowed to engage in PvP with the party unless it's funny and mutually sort of agreed on, whatever. I have a no player versus player rule on my tables typically, because butts get hurt so fast in record time that it's not even manageable as a GM. I've had players kill each other and then not want to show up to D&D for a couple weeks. I've seen a lot of shit, dude. I feel like I've experienced a lot of the good, the bad, the ugly that D&D has to offer. All right, what does the temple even look like? Oh my god. What does the Astral Knight temple look like? I need to put it on this hill, mountaintop, whatever. Should it be in the ruins of an older temple? That could be kind of fun. No PvP. What has PvP done for you, Blaze? Heard from a friend of mine, someone threw a gnome at their teammate who was next to a cliff that critically failed their dex save throw and fell down the cliff and died. I have seen jump checks kill players before. I try my absolute best to not let a player kill their character on like a failed jump or acrobatics or whatever. I give the player like, if they're like, I want to jump across the ledge, the gap, grab onto the wall, then climb up the ivy or whatever. And there's like a lethal cliff down below. It's like if they fail their jump check, I will say you like smash into the wall and you have to try and like grab onto it. So do this like save, and if they like fail the save or whatever, I'll be like, okay, you're falling now. Use ivy to grab onto, make it an athletics or acrobatics or something. Okay, no, you fail that. I'm like, okay, you know, maybe you as you're tumbling, there's still ivy, you know, that you're sort of rolling down that you can kind of grab it, sort of getting more like solid into roots and whatnot or whatever down this. So make like either a strength or a dex save or whatever to try and just like slow yourself in this IV, and you'll take some damage. And if they roll low, then they'll like, you know, take more damage as they like, you know, come to an abrupt stop or whatever. But I try not to kill them. But I've had players fail all of these saves and roll like 5 1s in a row, or 5 between 1 and 2s, which I don't know what the odds are of that. And you just gotta let them fall to their death, man, once in a while. Like, you can't force it. If the situation is right for it, you can't have an invisible platform all the time. You gotta let them fall once in a while. High towers, all alabaster marble. So one thing I want to do with the Astral Knights is I want their temples to be very dark. So I want it to be mostly black, dark stone, things like that. I don't know what kind of shape to do. I had a friend who was playing a fighter and he wanted PvP my warlock. I had Armor of Agathis and Hellish Rebuke, so I didn't break my temp HP. It all took he took 22 points of damage for his troubles. That's hilarious, actually. That's kind of funny. Like, I almost imagine it's like fortressy in some ways. Like an Astral Knight fortress. Kind of, I envisioned the entire building being like kind of round or something. Like maybe outer walls or something, or turrets or something, old towers. Maybe like domes. And like straight roofs and shit. Kind of bulky, right? Like maybe a lot of the stage temples are all based around sort of like natural forms and round, like cylinders, round forms, kind of like in some ways I base it sort of loosely off of Naboo architecture. Let me reference some of the original shit. Where is some concept art for Naboo we can get? Let's go to the best art book that I own. The Art of Star Wars Episode 1: A Phantom Menace. Let's go to the Naboo section. Specifically, if we can, the city of Theed. Gungans, we're getting closer. Jar Jar concept art, Boss Nass concept art, the Bongo. All right, I mean, look at that, dude. Look at that. Look at this. Okay, hold on. Look at that, bro. The city of Theed. Look at that piece of art there. I love that. That's so beautiful, man. You know what? I have an idea. We're gonna make the sage or the Knight Temple fairly low profile. Put some hard edges in there. Fairly shallow domes everywhere. Grand set of gates or whatever. I wonder if we can kind of include like a sage. An ancient sage temple in there as well. Or something. I want you to really fall into the shadow of like some mountains behind it or something. Like they're directly connected to it, you know? Like it's sort of built into this fortified location. If we can. City of Theed nuts? Almost. Almost made it into the script, yep. Theed, hoping it wasn't Thieve, because that's my BEG's name. Thieve? No, the city, Naboo city of Theed. That's how George Lucas spells it anyway. Right there. So what kind of landscape though? So I envision that it's like a very dark. You need to be able to have a good view of the sky here from the temple. So maybe you wouldn't have. I mean, maybe there are. Maybe it's like a mountain pass. It's like it's in sort of the shadow of this like large mountain or something. Well, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that. Very low profile. You know, sort of like a very important, ominous central chamber that has an opening for the night sky. But I also want to include a lot of those sort of sharper shapes, sharper angle shapes, right? But I don't really know how to integrate that into this. Conceptually, the knights are going to be that balance between astral sage, sort of like soft whatever, you know, design, and then very aggressive shapes and very aggressive sharp angles. Either have an open roof so they can look the stars, they could reproduce the star field on moving canvases inside. Look at the Mauna Loa. Where is that? Is that the Haleakala one? Mauna Loa. Oh, MAU. Mauna Loa Observatory. Is that the one on top of Haleakala? I think so, right? This looks like Western Maui, so I'm assuming this is Haleakala. That's kind of cool. I do love observatories and observatization. Do I spread it out and make it more of a complex? Night sky in all directions, right. The feed that the One Clear makes in the Lorax. I never saw the Lorax. They could have an auxiliary temple that mirrors at the very mountaintop. Yeah, I guess we wouldn't want to nestle it too much into in between mountains or anything like that. Part of what I kind of envisioned, though. So, in the temple, the most important sort of chamber, actually, if we're going to say that from a sort of a side diagram of our temple, we're going to say it's this large complex and it's on a mountain or whatever. So inside, there's like many levels to the temple, obviously. You know, there's like an open sky observatory where they can sort of look out at the night sky, right, through the top of it. But there's the most important chamber in the Astral Night Temple is actually deep underground. There's a sort of an underground like lake, cave, river system thing, like a big cavern, and they have inside of it kind of this like chamber, this large domed chamber. Inside, right? And in this chamber, there's basically like a kind of a summoning projection of the night sky on here. And like a central sort of like meditation, whatever ritual sort of chamber thing here. But the interesting thing, the interesting facet, at least to me, now this is all interesting to me because this is my dumbass nerd shit. Okay, is that this is the, let me draw some other worlds and stuff. This is the Eldarin night sky. And if you recall, Teleria currently in the story is not in Eldara. Currently, Teleria is orbiting some other star. You are here. You are here. Some other fucking random star. And somewhere way off in the cosmos, you have some other random star with Eldara and the various realms of Eldara orbiting Eldara. So, a unique quality of the Astral Knights is the Astral Knights actually are very aware of, and you could say part of their current mission is to figure out the mystery as to why Teleria is not currently in the presence of the realms of Eldara. It's gonna be a very early thing, adventure, like plot in the adventure. It's one of those things I'm okay spoiling because you basically resolve it in the first two adventures, more or less. let's not get crazy out here. But complex with rival Sage Orders. I want the Sage Orders to feel very united right now. I don't want them to be adversarial. Ish. There is one Sage Order that is adversarial that I've never really talked about, but as far as the main organization of Astral Sages, they're all basically friends. They all kind of get along because I want Astral Sage players to feel unified in the current, like, in the current game, right? I want them to feel like they have a spot in the world where they can go to the different Astral Sage temples and be welcomed at all of them and learn secrets and lore and cool stuff at each one of those. So, yeah, that's I think the main reason why I don't want to have much, like, evil sages is something I want to explore in the future. But right now, when I'm trying to get people to see the concept of the world, I'm trying to make it very comfortable to walk into. So I could be accused of maybe the story being lacking a little bit of crunch to it, and the world lacking a little bit of spice or flavor. But my goal is to paint a really fucking solid adventuring canvas. And the problem with conflict on a large scale, if we have empires that are angry and the elves don't like the dwarves and the gnomes hate the halflings and the dragonborn hate the lizard folk and the furries hate the weebs, then it removes a lot of the world that you can't then go to. You can't like walk through these like places in the world. Now it does make it more interesting because you have like, oh, and this entire continent is full of evil, angry rabbit folk, and you're like, damn bro, it's time for some stew, like let's go hunting, man. Or whatever. That to me is a great story for later. And for Teleria will always be a little bit vanilla in that sense, because I want Teleria's conflict to be Teleria united versus the other external forces, right? So there's a certain sense of like everyone kind of has peace going on right now and they're happy with it, and anything that would threaten that comes from outside. I just think it's better for facilitating an adventuring world right now. Obviously, as the story progresses, we know that we're going to go to another place in Eldara. Teleria will get developed to a certain point, and then we're going to stop developing Teleria in detail. We're going to say we have the Shattered Sea in detail, we have Stonemark, or maybe Relic Coast, and maybe this other place like Ashasari is in detail, the other central important areas in detail. But everywhere else is kind of going to be like, oh, there's like wildlands that way, and there's like a couple of cities there, but not much going on. There's like verdant forests and ancient, you know, tundras that way. There's like something going on over there with like a civilization of isolationist tree people or whatever it is, you know. But I'm not going to render those areas too much detail, because it's intended to be not a focal point for the image. And also, it's supposed to be empty space and negative space for GMs who want to tell stories there, and most importantly, for me who wants to tell a story there later. But the next thing I want to develop, I'm basically at a race right now. I want to get off Teleria as fast as possible. But in order to do that, I have to have a good starting point for everyone to jump into the realms of Eldara. And so Teleria on its own is going to be it. But I don't know if that's a good idea or not, because the problem is, how do I set it up, the concept of the Eldara is this massive world of worlds, and then when you spawn into the game, you don't look up and see a night sky full of worlds, you know? Like, I don't know if it's the best way of handling it or not. It might not be. I might be doing it a little bit sloppily. There might be a better entry point into the game later, but this adventure I'm writing right now, I'm writing it in a way that makes sense for me and my progression through the realms of Eldara. I intend later, like let's say 10 years down the road, to have a different and better entry point into the realms of Eldara that's not this adventure. And people will look back on it and say, oh yeah, you know, Evan's first adventure didn't even have Teleria in the realms of Eldara. Like you spawned in Teleria in the middle of somewhere else. Like no one knows. It's crazy. So that's my thing right now. But who are the adversarial knights? I wasn't planning on there being a formal order of adversarial knights. Not yet, anyway. I want the astral knights to be very secretive and protective, and if we do have any sort of thing like that later, I want it to be a massive payoff. So, still new to D&D, and I want to get back into making my region, but I stopped for a long time. We'll get back into it. What are you doing? What are you waiting for? Get after it. Your world needs you. You have amazing stories to tell. Amazing things to describe. Adventures. Locations. Cultures. That are all waiting for you. It's time. I've been waiting for a sign, and the universe says now, my friend. Go off into your world. Build it. Create it. Scour the regions of your world for the most interesting things to tell stories about. And then show me your might. Show me your world in all its rendered glory. Vast and bountiful. A land of possibility. What's stopping you? The time is now, I think, anyway. But what do I know? I'm just some nerd on the internet. Even I don't listen to me, so. Even my D&D players don't listen to me, actually. Holy shit. I don't know why anyone would at this point. Goddamn. Yeah, holy shit. Jeez. Imagine taking advice from me. So I make my own races and stuff, and I just need to learn how to make the abilities and such. Oh, it's that can all come later. Get the ideas down first, and the mechanics can come later. Don't like hold up development of your story and of your world because of something silly like mechanics. My knowledge on how to make the abilities fit in D&D without overpowering or underpowering them. Things like that can be iterated on. You know, make all of your abilities and all of your ideas fit into a certain vibe. They need to support a certain vibe. If you want to have a race of stone people that are all very strong and you're worried that their strength will be too overpowered, you know, so be it. Risk them being too powerful. You can change that later. When you make your world and you release it to the greater universe, you're not going to be held to a standard of that being the first and last and only iteration anyone will ever see of your story, of your adventure, of your whatever it is. So fear not if it is overpowered, underpowered, whatever. The mechanics of D&D are actually the least important thing about making good D&D content. They are the last place, least important thing. I get it's a game and it needs to fit into the game rules. The problem is, you got to think about making stuff for D&D like a painting, right? You know, imagine you want to draw a heroic figure. You want to draw a painting of a heroic figure standing triumphantly. With their sword in hand. And you want to paint them standing, looking over a battlefield. All right? You don't have to start with like one muscle. Like I need to render out their tricep as perfectly as I possibly can. This tricep muscle needs to be the most perfect tricep I've ever drawn before I can start moving on to the rest of it. Because I need to learn anatomy in its entirety to draw this character. I'm going to learn the different heads of the tricep. Or sorry, the delt. My bad. There's the tricep. That's the most perfect tricep I'm ever going to render, is right there. I'm going to learn learn the various muscle groups so that I can make the most perfect character. Like, you're gonna spend all your time worrying about some little bullshit, and you're not gonna get the actual inspiration of the drawing done. Don't feel like you ever need to have your mechanics fully figured out before you start thinking about the most important thing for the game, which is the vibe. How defines your vision for what you're drawing as you're drawing it? Like, do you know all the veins you want to draw and all those towers? No. No idea. Nope. Everything I do is contextualized by the last thing that I did on the page, Ed. So I might have an overall vibe that I'm going for. You know, I'm going for like sort of an ancient kind of monastery looking temple, a lot of round forms, a lot of round shapes, cylinders, that kind of like sort of like almost more like Asian, Middle Eastern inspired shape language, you know, monastic sort of construction, fortressy kind of mystical. I'm trying to make people feel like this is a place of worship and mysticism and a fortress that's defensible, that feels militaristic, and all these different things together. And everything I do is just kind of like trying things out and seeing how these shapes affect certain things or whatever. But I'm never really super concerned about, like, I know exactly what this painting is going to be or this piece is going to be, and I'm just like executing that vision onto the page right now. No, we're just trying stuff out. And I got the general, and then so I have the general shape, and I'm like, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. And now I'm going to render the details in each one of these towers and each one of these sort of areas, and then we're going to render out. And you know, once you get a general idea of what your whole piece composition, whatever is going to look like, you can then start going into it and rendering more. But you want to make sure that you have your overall vision, I think, is the most important thing that you're kind of rationalizing out first. And your sketch, to whatever level you complete your sketch, is the level that you need for yourself and your brain to make sense of what your overall vision is. So for some artists, their level of sketch is very detailed. They'll draw faces and full features and whatever before they start painting. Other artists will just draw like, okay, I want like a face and I want him to be like kind of looking this way. And that's like my sketch. And they start, you know, they get to the point where they have to draw the character's face in, and that's when you start, you know, refining shapes, and when you start like defining sort of like planes and whatever, and creating, you know, silhouettes and whatever it is, like whatever your shape has to be, whatever your sketch needs to be, so that you sort of know what you're going for as you're going for it, you know, as you're refining everything. That's really what's important to you, so that you know what you're trying to say with your sketch. Your sketch has to only be as refined or not as is functional for you. So this is good enough for me. This right here for drawing my temple, good enough for me. What do you use to make your art? Photoshop. Yeah. That'd be Photoshop. I do all my painting and sketching and everything in Adobe Photoshop. And on the current year's version too. I very rarely use the current year's Photoshop. I usually use a couple versions behind because they're more stable, but Photoshop forced me to update and upgrade to the current iteration, so that's what I'm doing right now. I've enjoyed the stream in a minute. I know you're talking to me. Wait, for what? Ads don't block chat? Yeah, true. Alright. I'm gonna make it sharp and aggressive and pointy. As they say, death awaits you with nasty big pointy teeth. It's like I always want for the knights to like balance this idea of like kind of those like, I want them to balance the sage's sort of like design overall, but with a lot more like teeth and grit. That's the whole vibe that we're trying to go for right now. So if we can maybe make our natural rock faces look a lot more aggressive, that'll also kind of help. I also kind of want to do some waterfalls or something. I want there to be a water moving through the temple. And that's a theme that I want to really have for our nights. But I don't really know how. Maybe have like certain, like, I don't know, aqueduct waterfall type things coming out of one side. There's going to be water moving through this temple. I just don't know if how we're going to show that off from the outside. Yeah, I am using Photoshop. It's what I use for all my art. As my preferred program. Preferred software anyway. You know what? Let's make an entire... Okay, let's do this. Make a pretty steep ridge with our, like, path going down, and we'll have, like, some sort of, like, waterfall aqueduct type thing going across here. So I'll have, like, a series of waterfalls coming down. And then, like, I don't know, a large lake type thing. And then if we have this, like, sort of river sort of system, we can also have interesting, like, bridges across. To kind of go up the mountain, then up the cliffside, the hill, the whatever. Like a pretty aggressive fall off here. I want the players to, like, see it when they go to the temple, because they're gonna eventually, you have a player in the party that's an astronaut, you're gonna go to her temple. I want it to be a pretty, like, awe-inspiring moment, you know. So I want the art to it to be, at least the concepts for it to be that before we get to it. What are your magically generated water? Magically generated water could work too. I don't know. There is that underground spring, so maybe it, like, comes up into the temple somehow. But I imagine lots of, like, temple hallways being, like, sort of these corridors. These, like, round ceiling corridors with, like, I don't know, light sconces on the walls, lanterns. You know, with then, like, a pool of water. And then, like, bridges across the water. And, like, doorways and things like that, you know, to the... And, like, windows. Right? And so you have figures with their big knight swords. Their giant long legs and little tiny gnomes or whatever with their giant swords, spears. No, there are no gnome astral knights, I'm sorry. Nope, I'm not gonna allow them. You have to be this tall to be an astral knight. So, what's up, Jeremiah? Vowels? Wait, what? Oh, I think I'm behind. I don't know how you do art. At least I'd love to draw it digitally, but it's hard. Pixel art is mostly, so I could definitely attempt it through pixel art. I mean, yeah, pixel art's great. Pixel art is a lot of fun. It's very efficient. It's very beautiful. I have a deep love for pixel art style, but fundamentals are still the same, so you can do the same thing. You know, whatever style you want to learn and whatever style you want to do, I think it's a good thing to practice it. You know, it helps too to have multiple styles under your belt. You know. I'll draw sort of like more realistic portraits. I'll paint sort of like more classical stuff. And I'll draw like anime shit for the weebs for Twitter. And it's all fun, you know? It's all in service of the same goal. You can develop habits in one style that will hurt other styles, but I don't know, I think that's less common than people like to think. So Voxel's 3D cube art program is basically 2D art, but made to be 3D. I've been interested in some voxel stuff because, like, so there's a game that I'm working on right now. It's a game that I want to make with Ella. Okay, the game is very, very simple, and it's a project I want to do for our guild Discord as a fun little thing that. Well, I don't want to spoil it too much, but whatever. And I've been trying to figure out different, like, more efficient art styles to work in or with. And yeah, I don't know. It's been a challenge. to say the least. So it's good to learn other art styles, especially for different functions, you know? Like to say like, oh, this is my style, it's like what I do forever. It's like that's usually pretty uninformed from artists, because it's like, what if you need to do animation work? What if you need to do like quicker designs? What if you need to do something for video games? Like, it's better to have a better grasp of fundamentals, and then suddenly style doesn't matter so much. My mouse is dead. Rune Knight, Astral Knight, that's a gnome, but hides a lot of the time because he can't be tall enough to only some of the time. Damn, I've been infiltrated. The Astral Knights have been infiltrated by a gnomish Rune Knight. Damn it. Damn it. I knew we shouldn't have opened up applications to the order. This is bound to happen. And happened it did, so. Tragic. Dude, I should have done this as a painting. Oh my god. I might actually paint this. We might actually make this a painting. This might be the small sketch that then informs a larger painting. If I decide this is the design that we're going to go with for the Astral Knight Temple. Okay? Because I don't want to ever... one thing that I think is a little bit confusing on stream is when I'm drawing something that I'm like, oh, I'm drawing right now a concept for the Astral Knight Temple. It's not like this is the Astral Knight Temple forever. You know, the whole point of concept art is that you do lots of pieces and find the one that you like. Sometimes I get it pretty early on and I get lucky. Sometimes it takes me a long time. So I'm liking this design, but who knows if it'll make it to the final sort of like World Anvil article. But I'll also use concept art as placeholders for like a World Anvil article or something. So it's a whole thing, man. How do you keep such thin line looking good like that? I don't know. I think it's the... I attribute it to the... I don't know, maybe it's some kind of skill, but I think the program helps quite a bit. The program feels very much like between my tablet and my and the software and the brush that I use, it feels very comfortable as if I'm drawing with pencil or pen on paper. So it's as close to that experience as I can. So I guess it's like the line being as thin as it is and still looking crisp and good is as a result of all those things working together. So who knows which part of it is really responsible for it. Hard to say. This is like an MTG card art. Love this. Dude, one day if I could do a land for Magic or whatever, that'd be a dream. I always wanted to work for Wizards and have a Magic card when I was young. I've worked for a couple of other small Kickstarter games and stuff like that. So there are some cards, but nothing that's like really cool or big or whatever. But one day I wanted to do a Magic the Gathering card, and I think that'd be a highlight of my career. You know, what's the goal for the temple? The temple is a monastery fortress, secluded temple for a reclusive order of knights that use a very, very specific type of magic that is unique to my homebrew setting, that has to do with sort of space and stars and the alignment of worlds and planets and things like that, various celestial bodies, so that they can protect their secrets and guard their new abilities. And it's a class that I've built as well. There's two classes. One is called the Astral Knight, and the other is called the Astral Sage. They'll probably have different like in-world names at some point in time, but right now we're just kind of calling them the Astral Knight and the Astral Sage. They're going to have names for their orders at some juncture, but right now I think even introducing it as that is a little confusing for D&D players, so I'm trying to keep it simple until I have the sort of the currency to be able to call it something dumb and made up. So, say some cards to draw on as proxies for me, that'd be cool. I used to do that when I was working at the game store. I used to do proxies. I used to do playmats for people and proxies, and I would draw on white playmat. I even have a bunch of white playmats still in my closet because I would like do a bunch then sell them or like take orders or commissions for people at the game store. So I still have a whole bunch of white playmats that I ordered from Ultra Pro that I would draw on with Sharpie that were cool. I even had a piece of art that was made into a playmat when I was in. We printed for the store for playmats. I don't know if I have it. I wonder if I What if I still have it? I search in my art drive the word playmat. Let's see if it comes up. Hold up. I don't want to accidentally open Booba. No, that's not it. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. We need to talk about this piece. Where is it, man? I'll have to go digging for this. Hold on. We'll talk about this in a minute. Let me see if I can find the art that I made into playmat. It was from... Is this... yeah, okay. So this is from my art school portfolio. So I made this knight into a playmat. And we sold it at the store. And it was awesome. This is how bad I was when I got out of art school, by the way. This is how dog shit I was when I was in art school. But man, I was fearless with painting and brushstrokes. At least I had that going. You know, but I made this into a playmat. But I was also working at the gate. So this was probably like 8 or 10 years ago. Wait, how old was I? This is probably when I was 20. Oh my god, this is like 9 or 10 years ago. I started making this knight playmat that I was going to draw for Ella. And I was having so much trouble doing this like dark sort of like painterly style of armor, and I couldn't figure out textures, and I was like, dude, I was suffering with this. Man, I agonized over this piece for a long time before I gave up on it. This is kind of crazy to see, actually. You see a lot of those like beginner mistakes that I was talking about, like brushstroke problems and whatnot, and lack of confidence and whatever. Yeah, this is a piece from like 8 or 10 years ago, or probably 9 or 10 years ago. How did I start a sketch? Yeah, look at how messy my lines were. Look at how deeply messy everything was. I'm still messy, but like, man, that's a long time ago, bro. I haven't brought the old portfolio up that I graduated with in a while. Man, I miss painting. It's like I miss this kind of shit. I want to paint more, dude. Ship designs, scale in miles. My floating combat knights, my proto Drake cyber fucking cyberpunk things, dude. Man, that's like portfolio 1. Oh yeah, this is the part 2. Look at it. Look at little Evan, man, with my little Evan paintings with giant fucking Magic the Gathering inspired Wormcoil engine worms in the background. You know? Oh my god! The first cloud ocean. Oh my god! I'd forgotten about this piece entire. Wow, dude. Holy shit. God damn. I was using home brewery and I made a different dock for each thing. That's gonna be a lot to get through. God damn, bro. Looks awesome. Thanks, Nick. Dude, I forgot I had this whole sky expanse that I was gonna. Oh man, this is the proto genesis of the Shattered Sea. This piece right here is the proto Shattered Sea. From back in 2000, this is 11 or 12 years ago when I was graduating school. Man, I didn't know what I was doing, but god damn it, her hair was pretty. I spent so long learning how to paint hair for this piece, so I was so mad about it. And my mobile game character, for the mobile game that I never finished, called Ray and Bojo. It was like a side-scrolling mobile game about a robot girl and her robot dog friend. back when like mobile games were everything, back in the days of like Fruit Ninja and like everybody wanted to make a mobile app, and I wanted to make a mobile game too. I never actually finished it, but I had Ray and Bojo. And so I still want to make Ray and Bojo one day. One day I'll make Ray and Bojo. It'll be a passion project, but yeah, dude. These giant like dystopian sort of like near cities in the background, ancient technology, and oh man. This is old school stuff. I liked a lot of cables back then. Spires and spindly stuff. Wonder why. Dude. This, you know what? This was a good piece. I like this. I was bold, you know. I tried shit. I was willing to do stuff. Back in the day. Wish I had kept going like this. I gotta reinvigorate this like spirit of painting, you know. It'd be curious to go in one of these Photoshop documents and see and like to find the actual PSD for this and figure out how I organize the layers, you know. How are DB races organized in books like A to Z? Yep, usually. There's something a bit ago about people adding me in chat not getting answers, about a 0.1% chance that they'll even see your message. Yeah, that's rough, bro. You can make use that art for an example of what Shattered Sea would look like before it came shattered. Well, I wouldn't want to use this art for anything official because this is all really bad. This is all like stuff from fucking 12 years ago or more. Like not all this was when I graduated. Like this was a first year piece that I did. Or second year piece that I did. So it's like, yeah, I mean, that's pretty old. This is like a 14 years ago or whatever. This stuff is all 4th year. All the Sky Knight stuff that I did was all 4 years ago. I have to remake these characters in a new age, like new style or whatever. But I had this sort of like fighter jet mixed with conquistadors was kind of my vibe for the concept. So I don't know. It's a long time ago, bro. I gotta get painting again, man. I miss it. I miss the shit out of painting. Oh man, I'd forgotten all about that. Looking for that playmat. Well, anyway, I used one of those as playmat art. So, make Rage and Ocho part of the campaign. Oh, Ray and Bojo part of the campaign. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Ray and Bojo could be. I mean, she's a robot, dude. I got a fantasy setting. Okay, let me get a new thing of water because I am dying of thirst, and I will be right back in 1 minute. When we return, we're gonna try to finish this temple before the end of the stream. So, here be. Oh, yesterday was leg day. I just got up. Oh, it hurt. Okay, hear me. All right, we're good. We're good. Promise. I'm fine. Damn. After sitting for 3 hours, getting up was not fun. Stairs was not fun. All right. All right, let's try and finish. Man, God. The sketches just don't fit quite like the paintings do. You know, like the last... I got back into painting landscapes, you know, but you know what's really depressing? Is this piece that I did. Is the first landscape painting that I've done since art school. It's like a real big piece. So it's like, where's one that's similar, right? So it's like art school today, you know? Like, I don't know, man. I feel like I should be a lot better, but it's hard to say because, I mean, obviously I didn't paint for a year. Ooh, what did I just do? I shaked a thing and now it, my window's closed. Okay, there we go. Yeah, obviously I don't think that this improvement is like good. There's obviously not as much improvement as I would like, but man, I don't know. It's tough because if this is like landscape painting number, like let's say like 40, and this is number 41, you know, it's a big improvement. It's just like there was 10 years in between, you know. But like when I finished art school, I went to be a graphic designer for years. I did a little bit of stuff in video game projects, but not anything where I was doing environment painting or whatever. You know, and then and then I stopped painting for a long time, for years, until recently, and I got back into it with some, like, you know, little pieces here and there and doing sketches and whatnot. But I hadn't done a proper landscape painting in a long time. That was what this was. So I guess there's improvement. It hurts sometimes because I wish I hadn't taken all that time away from art. I wish I hadn't been like I wish I wasn't fucking broken after art school and need years to recover. I wish that I had not waited until I was nearly 30 to get back on the horse for it, but that's fine. I still think that these little concept sketches are useful because like this painting was like a 40-hour thing or whatever. It shouldn't have been 40 hours, but it was because of issues. But let's say it's a 20-hour painting versus this, which is like a 3-hour sketch or a 4-hour sketch, or whatever. So there's still usefulness in doing like little colorized sketches like this. I think it'd be better to have like 10 of these sketches for my players to look at than one painting like this. So that's the difference, I suppose, which is why I'm not going to give up on these. And I think they also inform a lot of like getting better at painting itself. That difference is incredible. Yeah, I appreciate that. Shading the window minimizes all the way. I know. I'm dumb. Okay, busy. All right. You were born in the 90s, right? Yeah, I was born in 90. So I started streaming a couple years ago when I was about to turn 30, and I was very, very depressed, very, very unwell, very, very unhappy, because I had given up on my dreams, and I was a complete failure in every sort of metric you could look at. I was, you know, 300 pounds. I was depressed. I was doing work that I hated. I had given up on my art dream. And it was my wife that said, like, bro, like, you got this. You're not, like, it's not over for you. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it, it isn't. And I finally realized that all the places that I pursued, like, accomplishment in didn't fucking matter, really, to me. You know, because I was addicted to playing video games and like MMOs. I was the best World of Warcraft player anyone in this chat has ever known. Right? Take you're the person you know that's best at World of Warcraft, and I had logs that were way more accomplished. That's not something to brag about in my case. You know, and it's like it didn't matter to me. And I realized that it's sort of like these sort of false accomplishments for me. I was replacing actually trying at something that mattered to me. I did not want to enter my third decade. I did not want to turn 30 and not be at least fucking trying. So I started streaming. The whole point I started streaming was because I wanted to start getting better at art. And I remember I watched an art streamer named Dave Greco, and he said he started streaming because it kept him accountable for like making art. He just, he'd draw more. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do that same thing. If people want to like hang out with me while I'm on my adventure, while I'm on my journey to get better, like that's cool. That'll be fun. Like maybe I'll make some friends. Like, that'd be awesome. And then one day I wanted to be good enough to get a job in the games industry at a video game company that I want to work at, and I'm gonna work really hard as a streamer and as an artist, most importantly, to try and get stuff. And so how do I make good concept projects? I do better with projects when they all have to relate to a singular concept, right? So if all my projects are in the same world or the same universe or something, I do a lot better, because I always like that about concept art and working at game companies and stuff, is that everyone's project was this unified sort of effort, and I thought that was a lot of fun. And so I wanted to do that for myself. So I created my own project, my own D&D world, the thing that I want to do, all my art for, build different concept art for. And like when you have a world that needs art, you have characters, you have landscape, you have everything, so you can get better at doing everything. And that snowballed into people actually cared about the project, which was crazy to me. And now it's like what I do is I like build my world out. I do commissions for people and I whatever. But yeah, I giving up on art was one of the most painful things that I ever did, and I didn't realize how painful it was until like I'd given up on it for years, and given up on myself, because I thought that I was beyond redemption. I thought that I was just a loser, man. There was nothing redeemable about me. That I was a complete failure, a loser. I was embarrassed. I was depressed. It hurt because I felt like my wife deserved a lot better. She's amazing. She's so smart and so creative and intelligent and strong. And it's like she deserved way better than who I was, than me as like a overweight, depressed, useless man. And so I tried to get my shit together, and I've been trying to, gotten back into art. I've made it into my like scuffed career. I have lost so far 80 pounds. I'm still doing that, still on that journey. Yeah, man. It's why I believe in people, because I have to believe anyone can be great, because that's kind of what I'm betting all of my apples on. I'm betting that anyone can be great, because I'm no one special. I'm not talented. I'm not good. I'm not strong. I'm not disciplined. I'm not unique. I'm not anything that you think of being successful people are. And so I have to believe there's some quality that any person can summon. And I do. That's why I believe in people. That's why I believe in artists. That's why I'm always trying to be encouraging to artists who will be like, oh yeah, I'm just not good enough, whatever. Like I didn't learn how to do this, so I won't be an artist. I don't tell that person that they can be whatever they want for their sake. I'm saying it for me. I'm saying it because I know it's true. If you think that you are beyond the point where you can't improve as an artist or get better or do whatever, then there's nothing different between you and I. If we both think we're losers or whatever, I'm not saying the same one in chat. I'm just saying the rhetorical person that has this question, right? I have to believe in that person, that they have the ability to change and do whatever, because I don't think that I'm special or unique or talented or whatever. And so I have to believe anyone can do this, Otherwise, if they can't, if your average loser can't do this, then I am screwed. Now you're in the horse and you keep riding, doesn't bring the time back, but it does pave the road going forward. Yeah, it's a really painful thing to try and deal with, is dealing with regret, Soja. But I do remind myself that like 30 is like pretty young still, we got a lot of time in this world, really, a lot more time than we think, and a lot less time than we think at the same time. So, the pressure of like, oh, I didn't get my shit together until I was like 34. It's like, oh well, you still have a 70-year career or whatever, as opposed to an 80-year career. So, but I also try not to hate my 20s, because I spent a lot of time in my 20s doing amazing things with Ella. If I was like working, if I had gotten out of school and I had gone straight to, so the opportunity that I gave up that shaped me going down this path and sort of a path of failure, I gave up an opportunity to do an unpaid internship at a game company in Vancouver. So I lived in Calgary at the time. I was born and raised in Calgary. I'd have to move to Vancouver, live basically in dorms with other unpaid interns to get my foot in the door in the games industry to then be able to go do what I want, to progress to different companies, to then go to eventually the companies I wanted, to eventually go to my dream job at Blizzard. And I didn't want to do that because I had a very serious girlfriend. I don't want to just leave Ella and be like, hey, peace, see you. Like, I wasn't going to break up with her, obviously. You know, I knew I was going to marry her very early on because we were both best friends growing up. And I was like, of course I'm going to marry her. We started dating. But I didn't want to be like, hey, I'm going to go into a different city for like 3 years. So can't fly home, can't drive home, can't do whatever. You can't fly out. So I guess I'll see you in 3 years. I just wasn't willing to do that, you know? So, and the cost of that in some ways was tanking my video game career. But I like to think that if you have shitty experiences, that you make sure that those shitty experiences inform you in a way that is meaningful to your life. And then those shitty experiences weren't a waste of time. It wasn't a bad experience. It was just part of what shaped you. Like I look at my friends who are comfortable and sometimes they scare the shit out of me. I have a friend who makes like $200,000 a year that scares the ever-living shit out of me. He scares me, man. He scares the shit out of me. I love him to death, but he makes a lot of money at a company doing a job that he really doesn't like doing. He's a software engineer, by the way. He makes a lot of money at a company he doesn't like doing his job, but he's like, well, it pays the bills, I make good money. And I'm like, are you okay being there for the rest of your life? And he's like, yeah, you know. I'm like, well, are there any products you wanted to work on? He's like, yeah, I had dreams and stuff, but like, you know, it's the real world, and you got to be reasonable. You gotta make money. You gotta find a career. You gotta do this and that and not. And I was like, damn, bro. So like, by all accounts, he's successful and he's happy and good for him. But the idea of letting a dream die also scares the ever-living shit out of me. Not to say it's a mistake that anyone makes. It's just for me, I had like Star Wars ambitions. I wanted to be a George Lucas of our generation. And I still do. If I can. If I'm worthy of that. If I work hard enough and I make things that are worthy of people actually giving a shit about. But yeah, mediocrity scares the ever-living shit out of me. Now you're not 300 pounds doing work you love, managing health, mental health, married, managing fitness, getting better at hard, streaming as an income, stay dedicated, you're doing great, get the dream job soon. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. You know what's funny though, Standard? You know what's funny? I think this is the dream now. You know? I thought about this actually, because I had a friend who basically said, hey, we can like try and get you into the studio if you want. You can move to California, you can live in whatever, cool apartment, like work at the studio as a game, work at the studio during the day, and then I come home and stream at night, you know, work on a big video game project I love during the day, and then like come home and work on Eldara and go live at night and whatnot, and keep working on the world, doing and not giving up my dream to work at the studio. And I don't think I would take it. Being a freelancer is scary. You know, some months on Twitch I make enough for rent. Some months on Twitch I don't make enough for food, right? It's just the way it is when you're a small streamer. Some months I have a line of people asking me for commissions, right? Some months I am racking up credit card debt. So it's not comfortable where I am now. But I don't think that I would have the sense of meaning and purpose if I was working on someone else's job for a big corporation, for a company that has a video game project that no one actually like, you know? So like, even though it's painful, even though it sucks a lot of the time, I think that this is still the dream. I think I'm living the dream now, you know? It's just not in a place where it's like, it's just not glamorous right now, you know? People say, I'm living the dream. I make like, you know, $100,000 a year, live streaming on Twitch, playing video games, do whatever, blah, 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 Bugattis, wives, whatever shit. But like, I don't know, man. I think this is, for me, it's more about trajectory. And if I see myself going down a trajectory where I'm like, yeah, I'm okay ending up there, you know? I'm usually okay with like stuff being hard, you know? And, when I was working on graphic design, where I was basically just doing corporate shit for like big company, like big oil companies and stuff in Calgary and whatnot, man, that trajectory was just bleak. So, I mean, who gets to, like, look at this, man. Who gets to do this shit? I'm drawing stuff from my own world, for my D&D game, meeting amazing people and like making friends and shit. And like, I get to log on to Twitch 4 days a week, or soon to be 5. and see all my friends in chat, see all y'all just chilling with me, and this is great, dude. I love this shit. You know, I get to talk about our favorite hobby and our D&D games and stuff, and I get to draw. It's cool. Y'all make this worth it for me. Y'all being here hanging out with me while I'm doing this shit is the dream. So, private achievements. Thanks, Rob. It means a lot, man. Rob, you've been friends with me since I've been at my worst, and I appreciate you. You've always been there. You've always been a bro, and you know, I appreciate that. Not an adult until at least 20. That's enough time after turning 18 to realize you're a tiny fish. So at 34, you're 14 in adult years, just like myself. We're teenage adults. We're still figuring it out. I think so. Yeah, I think yeah. Not everyone has to have their shit together at 22 or whatever. It's like, God, that'd be nice, you know, if you're on that path and you're going and you figure it out. But I don't know. I think people sometimes need a large amount of struggle to figure out what it is they want. And like, I'm terrified. Like, what happens if I did get that job? If I took that job at that game company, you know, in Vancouver, and I'd be working at like, you know, in some company in California right now, making like $80,000 a year as a software, or sorry, as a developer for a video game company. You know, what if I was comfy doing that and I gave, but I, which is fine. If that, listen, there's nothing wrong with that. If that's what you want, there is nothing wrong with that. But for me, what if I had this dream that I felt like I had to kill in order to live that life? Because for some people, that is the dream. For me, when I was young, working at Blizzard was the dream. That's all I wanted. That's all I cared about. You know, it wasn't until I was a little bit older where I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I want to make my Star Wars. I can't imagine what it would be like if I had like given up on that and gotten comfortable. Comfort scares the shit out of me. I never want to be comfortable. Obviously, I want to be, you know, you want to be like warm and fed and not scared and whatever else. Those things are important, but I'm terrified of the day that I like make enough money doing something on Twitch that I'm not like, that I'm comfortable and I don't feel like I need to, you know, work on commissions or doing like cool projects or making the adventures or doing Patreon. Like comfort scares me, but obviously you don't want to be just like completely, obviously I don't want to be where I'm at right now, but the trajectory is good, and I'm happy. I've been feeling very good about things in the last couple of months or weeks, I guess. Made a lot of changes in my life even since the beginning of the month for various reasons. So no, it's a good time right now. I feel like Real World always keeping us down. Yeah, we're trying, Cobalt. We're out here. We're trying, man. We're all just trying to make it work. Oh, jeez, I need to stretch. That was good timing. It means no anime booba? Wow, let's not get ahead of ourselves, all right? I did start working on that Tifa art piece, all right, that was requested last weekend, or last week. I was going to start it this week, or this weekend, and have it done for the stream today, but I didn't quite get it finished. I didn't quite get anything resolved enough that I would want to post work in progress, but I did start drawing. Listen, I'm, you know, the people want what people want on Twitter, and the people want anime booba, so I started doing that, bro. I'm there. Oh god, I'm so not stretched right now. I gotta do the long stretch right now. Usually try and do it midway through the stream. I gotta do one finger roll at a time. Yep. That's the good stuff. Gotta roll up the finger, roll up the arm, roll the entire thing up, keep it tight, then stretch the arm out. That gets the muscle right here that controls your wrist doing this stretched out. Because when you're like this for too long, then the muscle sort of contracts and gets stuck there and gets sore. So you got to stretch it out. But doing this is not enough to stretch it. So you got to roll everything up. You pick one finger at a time. You roll that finger up. You roll it into the hand. You roll the wrist. Then you roll the arm. And then you put pressure on the whole thing. And then you stretch the arm out. And you can really feel it through here. Right in there. So I'm always doing that on stream. This is the most important stretch that I've ever learned. And it works on both hands. And is the responsible, like I was in so much pain on my forearms for so long until I learned this stuff for my Chiro physio, whatever, and it was life changing. I do this every couple of hours when I'm drawing, usually. I rejoice so much since I helped eat Robin's minstrels. Okay, god damn it. Okay, dude. You don't like it, Blaze? Have you made a race and designed it too? Yeah, I made a couple. There's a couple of different races for my world. There's we can start basic. There are the this is a really old piece. There are the Geminos. They're sort of like demon horned people that aren't tieflings because they don't have a demonic ancestry. They just have sort of the visuals. There are, who else have we made? We've made our foxkin. I made this fox folk for one of my mods. She wanted to be a fox person. We made, what else did we do? We did actually, oh, in our same document here, hold on, our concept book, we have, oh, where's our moth people? Where's our Mithara? Where the fuck's the Mithara? Well, there aren't races, is it? Oh, we have our Windra. I haven't finished this piece, but we started drawing our rabbit folk. So we have our rabbit folk in there, a little bit of stuff for them, as well as the Mithara, which are sort of like moth people. They're like 8.5 feet tall, very lanky, very, you know. Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple. Oh yeah, the breakdown. Oh shit, I remember that. Yeah, our Winder kind of like tracksuit wearing. Was this the? Oh, we were working on. Oh, that's right. Our rabbit e-boys. Yeah, I don't know. Done a couple of them so far. There's a bunch that need art so far that don't have art for them yet. So I need to get to that at some point in time, eventually. But there's so many things to do when you're trying to build a campaign setting in a world that you got to make art for. That's just a lot, you know. I don't know. We'll get it there eventually, I suppose. Azael. Oh, the Azael! Oh, our merfolk! Oh, yeah, our merfolk. Naria. Of Ithra Athari, the dumbest sounding city name that I've ever made. Would you like to go to Ithra Athari? I would like to go to Ithra Athari, the city of Under the Waves of Ithra Athari. I forgot about that. That's right. Yeah, thanks for reminding me about that. If only I had a World Anvil wiki that was well put together that had all this stuff linked. I need to hire a personal assistant, a World Anvil personal assistant is what I need to do. Because I put like 5 or 6 hours into World Anvil over the weekend, and I only got like 7 articles done. You know how embarrassing that is? You know how ashamed I am every time Samurai or any of the World Anvil's crew come by my stream? I get raided occasionally, and like, I don't know, Dimmy or Janet or whoever's on the account at the time says something in my chat, and I just feel so ashamed that like mom and dad came to see me and I didn't have my stuff done. It's humiliating. They're judging me. I know it. They're like, ah, shit. We gotta get this guy off of World Anvil. He's making us look bad. He's had his World Anvil for years at the Sage tier, and he hasn't released anything legitimate. Someone get him out of here. Get him gone. Revoke his access. We'll see how long it takes him for notice. No judging here, admiring. Well, I just don't have it. Like, it's all I. Do you know? I don't know. Do you know how many like articles I have unpublished, like ready, half done, whatever? I'm just so nervous about how poorly they're written that I just don't want to like. I want to get someone. I want to get someone at some point in time to look through like all like 100 articles that I have ready to fucking push through. But you know, I gotta just do it. I gotta just do it. I forgot you were part of the World Anvil team, Jacob. I don't remember who is from World Anvil and what people do. You know, I remember. I mean, I know it's Samurai does at World Anvil, but to be honest, I have no idea what anyone else does at World Anvil. So I always forget when I'm like embarrassed about like my World Anvil and there's somebody in stream that's like from the works on the team or whatever in some capacity. I keep forgetting about that shit. Was poorly written in the World Anvil articles? Yes. Yeah. Like my writing's not great. Like I'm just not good at it. You know, I don't have a very. I wanted to do a course in writing though to get like be able to edit my own stuff. The content is fine. I think the content's interesting, in my opinion, but the writing itself is just poorly edited, and but I don't know where to do that. Maybe I should like take a online course or whatever for in editing or. I had a friend growing up in high school that was went on to be a professional like editor. I wish I had like kept that friendship so I could be like, bro, can you edit all my articles for me? He actually edited a book for my mom when we were in our early 20s. So I wonder what he does now. I haven't talked to him in years. He was one of my D&D lads. I bet he would have been good at it. All right. The question with this is how close are we getting towards Jabba's palace? Whenever I draw like a circular structure, I'm always acutely aware that subconsciously, somewhere in the deep recesses of my mind, I will try and reference Jabba's palace at some point in time. You know, so I have to protect against that as much as I can. It's very much a possibility and a danger. I am referencing a lot of architecture that came out of Theed specifically, but still, we can get almost a little bit Huttese if we're not careful. Oh, God. I gotta stretch so much today. I feel like I should start doing yoga or some shit. I started doing this, like, really interesting, like, meditation stuff. I figured I should do yoga, too. Following the guide of Healthy Gamer on it. Maybe I'll stretch out and become more limber, more capable as an artist, as a creative. Trying to improve my focus. So, I'm taking it very seriously. One thing I've noticed about like improving as at art or anything else in my life is I kind of have to be working on everything all at once, which is like kind of counterproductive and a little overwhelming, but it's almost like if I'm not willing to do everything, I kind of can't work on anything, you know? Or I can't improve at anything. I'm not willing to try and improve on everything. I really embraced that in the last couple of weeks. Also, the time of the year helps. It's very difficult for me to actually make any progress on anything when it's like in the dead of winter. But we're kind of on the precipice of spring here. You know?
March is not a spring month in Canada where I live, but it can be. Eventually, like at some point in time, it'll turn to spring. Who knows when that'll be, though? Like your little windows. I don't know why. Like the idea of like living in different towers as the Astral Knights. There's some grand council chambers and training facilities and all sorts of stuff like that. Congratulations on your small microtransaction entities. As always, thank you for supporting Electronic Blair's Arts with your microtransactions. Hope you spend it well. I think I need to do this on a different layer, to be honest. The main chamber. Really should have done that on... Yeah. I figure what the center of this is. That's about right. And draw over it and then erase through. So if I'm doing this on a different layer, because we'll erase the part that's going through the large frontal tower. Although the arc won't be that drastic though, so big fancy roofs. I should do like multiple layers to this. I don't know. I do like me a good dome, that's for sure. I need like an arch brush or something. There's a lot of like European architecture that I want to reference in our Eldara. I find like archways and stuff and vaulted ceilings and just that like that patterning that you get when you look at large sort of like Venetian cities and Roman sites and whatever. There's just like a certain like symmetry and pattern repetition that for some reason is like very elegant. There's something divine about it, you know? I'm big into whole like exploration of beauty and architecture. I think we've lost a lot of that, you know? It's one thing that I really don't like about the American sort of experiment, which, you know, Canada's part of, is that a lot of our structures have become really boring. Maybe this is happening in Europe too, actually. I don't know. Maybe you guys notice the same thing in Europe. But I've noticed that there's just a lot of like really boring shit. Like our government buildings are so dreary and gross. But like you look at like Washington, I think is a really beautiful city. Ottawa is a really beautiful city. There's a lot of like cool architecture and stuff. I wish we didn't lose that, you know. I wish. But then I look at so I grew up in Calgary. I look at City Hall and it's just so gross and boring and like modern and whatever, you know. Even our provincial capital in Edmonton looks pretty nice. You know, our what is it? Fucking, why do I want to say the word legislature? I don't remember what the building's called, but where our like mini parliament thing is. It's our state capital basically for Americans. For our province. And like there are really beautiful American like state capital buildings, right? But I just don't understand why like a lot of our office buildings and This is something that I've noticed in Japan too. It's like a big problem. Ooh, whoops. Totally forgot to erase. Oh god. Big problem in Japan too. A lot of the buildings, like uniqueness and architecture in Tokyo is really starting to get pretty boring. And I've noticed that, you know, going to Japan as much as I have over the last 12 years or whatever, I've noticed a severe lacking, you know, in interesting looking new buildings. It's all the same shit. I really wish that we had beautiful cities like you guys have in Europe. You know? But then I also like the idea of having a big fucking backyard and a Ford Raptor and living the Texas dream one of these days. You know, you just get your big property, get like 5 dogs and a chicken coop or some shit. The tract housing such building stuff so lame. Functional reform. Yeah, I don't know. I think that having beauty in your city has an amazing function that people don't understand. You know, one of the things I admire so much about Tokyo and about other Japanese cities is that they just have this sort of inherent whimsy, this inefficiency made to work in a way. And I see it with European cities as well, that they have just this sense of like tradition and culture. But like, you know, I live in the mountains, so we've got like, it's better than what but being born in Calgary, it's very much an efficient, like a new city. Like Calgary is not an old city. You know, I wonder when the founding of like Western Canadian cities were, but it's not that old, right? When was the city of Calgary founded? It was founded in 1875. So the city I was born in was founded in 1875 as a little fort. All right, little strip town in the middle of the West. That was it. Damn, bro, that was it. Holy shit. And so it's not an old city. We don't have great old buildings. You know, in our city, we don't have a large. So I grew up around this, just like, you know, you can go further west in the mountains, like, you know, into your Banff and Jasper parks and whatever, and you get cool shit. But like any of those plains, prairie, like lots of space, you can expand out as much as you want. You can build as much to that way and that way. Nothing is built up. There's no cool valleys or rivers or whatever you got to build in and make work. It's not like people have been here for 1,000 years. So there's just not a lot of room for that like kind of unique architecture and beautiful design. And so I can't really even think of any buildings in Calgary or Edmonton that's not the like legislature building. That's like a really beautiful building. Even Vancouver. Fuck, man. Manitoba, Winnipeg? No. Maybe Toronto? I'm sure, like, I know that the French Canadian part of Canada, the earliest settled parts, are cooler. They've got more architecture. You go to Montreal, Quebec City. I don't know. There's a big fucking castle in one of those cities. I forget which one. I think it's Quebec City. That looks really dope. You know, but we just don't have that shit out west. It's just all, I don't know, man. It's like uninspiring to live there. And I wonder what it's like growing up somewhere with like old buildings. What's it like growing up in a city that has been a city for several thousand years, basically? You know, like what's it like to grow up in Istanbul, you know, or Rome or whatever? It's got to be a very different experience as far as, you know, there's gonna be inefficiencies too. I imagine it's like not always great where every house you move into new is like a renovated ancient building. There's probably problems that come along with it, of course. You don't get sort of like the brand new kind of smell that you get with like the place that I live in is like less than 15-20 years old, which is really nice. You don't want to buy one of those like 1980s constructions or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a different experience. of old decrepit brick buildings. It's got so much culture behind it. My city, every the building is older than the USA, but then we're just in awe of even older stuff like Rome. Yeah, that's true. It's like no matter how old you get a European city in you know, Western Europe or Northern Europe or whatever, it ain't like the ancient cities, you know? It ain't like, you know, Jerusalem or Baghdad or Rome or Athens or Cairo or Alexandria. I want to go there. I want to see those places. I feel like it would make me a better artist too. Why am I doing this hatching like that? I don't like that. I'm gonna restart the entire fucking thing. Sometimes you have to try things to almost completion to see how much you hate them. And I tried it, okay? Spent 3 minutes trying it. I'm gonna spend 30 seconds on doing it, and then another 3 minutes doing it right. Or hatching lines reinforce the direction of the dome, not texturize it. Or because once people got over here, we expanded rapidly and required less creativity to build faster. They stopped building a building because the business asked them to, and build it so the business could move into one that day. That's what tract housing is. Yeah, you know what? You know my analogy for it? My understanding of it, Ed, is Minecraft. My understanding of it is Minecraft. That's how I think about it. Because, like, you know, when you have like you go somewhere in Minecraft and you've got this like crazy landscape, you've got like a river, you know, and this like cool little like island thing, and then like these cool like, I don't know, kind of like large cliffs that sort of surround it, and you have to build a base in here. You have to like build a base that sort of fits into the like river, and then you build a bridge over to the other like island thing, and then you build a little castle or something, and you got your farms on like sort of like tiered whatever, and then you got like you build like a little like watchtower or some shit, you know. You build along with the landscape, you get a really interesting house. But when you go somewhere on Minecraft and you're like, I'm gonna clear out a massive like football field or whatever, and then you just build your like house, you just build this like brick fucking block, you know, with a chimney. It's like, this is like way more boring than when you build like to complement the landscape. So I learned the lesson, like I know you're right, and I feel that lesson learned when it comes to fucking Minecraft. Yeah, I think you're right. We just had so much space and so much territory, and you didn't have to build outward. You just kind of built, you know? You got space, you got room, you got land. You have so much more land than anyone who grew up in Europe could ever understand. And Canada's even worse than that. Canada has so much empty space that, like, I don't know if somebody who grew up, who's born and raised and hasn't really ever left Europe could even understand or conceptualize what Canada is like. Because it's like, yeah, you've been in wilderness. I'm not saying there aren't wild parts of Europe. I'm sure you go and you drive fucking 3 hours north of Helsinki, you probably find some cool shit, right? There's like forests and whatnot everywhere, but like Canada's so vast. It's like, it's just unbelievable to some people. I tried to explain this to a person when I was in Japan. I was sitting at an izakaya at a bar, and I was trying to explain, because they were talking about camping and stuff, how they wanted to go see the Rockies and the mountains. And I was trying to explain to them how open and vast it was, and they couldn't believe me that you could drive 6 hours and not see a single town. They're like, well, yeah, but you see villages and houses and stuff, right? I'm like, no, bro. You drive 6 hours on a highway at 100 kilometers an hour. All right, you go 600 kilometers and you don't see a single house, a single person, a single animal, you know, domesticated animal, whatever. You don't see a single, you know, just a sign and a road. It's like, it's crazy. I can't understand that. Because it is actually a little bit uncomfortable. I'm not like what's the fear of like looking off into an abyss? It's the natural fear we get when we're like, you know, when you're in the ocean, if you've ever been in the ocean or a deep lake, and you're in the water and you look down and you can't see the bottom. It just fades into darkness. You know? I got that feeling when we were driving north of Edmonton, right? So like in the province that I live in, basically looks like this, and there's like mountains here, and like I live here, and there's like Calgary's like right here, and Edmonton's right here, and there's almost nothing north. And don't forget that past Edmonton, there's a whole bunch of like tundra, Canada, whatever up here. And so we drove to Edmonton, or drove to Edmonton, and I'm drawing, and I drove to Edmonton. There we go. And when you drive north of Edmonton, we had to drive to North Alberta to get Una when we bought her. My dog that might be barking in the background, I'm not sure if you can hear. And driving north, you feel like you're leaving civilization. Because like there's nothing in between Edmonton and Calgary. There's nothing in between like Calgary or Edmonton and like, you know, Saskatoon. There's nothing in between Calgary and Regina. There's nothing between any of these cities and Winnipeg. So you can drive a whole lot of nothing, but there was something about driving not only in nothing, but north, where you know that like the next major installment of civilization is fucking Russia. Like, it's this feeling of abyss that you just like get uncomfortable with. You're like, oh my god. Like there's like little small towns and stuff north of Edmonton, but like not really. There's not much up there, dude. You get stuck out there, you're stuck. You are fucking abandoned. There's the biggest next population north of Edmonton is fucking Moscow. Or maybe somewhere in Norway, I don't know. So you down here have issues understanding it? Yeah. I think past weekend it was an odd huge desert. We're here riding dude buggies. That sounds sick. Doesn't seem cool. I have family in Kansas, about 2-hour drive to next door neighbor. Yeah, I mean, so definitely like that's the thing. So like people who live in sort of the Midwest or whatever understand what it's like to drive 3 hours to the next person, right? But there's something even driving between Chicago and St. Louis or wherever, or stuff through Iowa or any of those like, you know, really empty states, it's still not this feeling of abyss. Because you have Canada to your north. You know, there's lots of Canada out there, and there's cities and people and whatever. You have, you know, Chicago and all these other places, and to the east you have, you know, New York, and if you keep going south, then you hit the south, and then you go west far enough, and you get the Rockies, and there's a whole California on the other side, and a whole, you know, whatever. There's a whole thing over there. And so no matter where you are in the empty US, there's like something in every direction. But it's very eerie driving north in Canada, and you know that just as you go north, there's just going to be less and less and less and less people until you literally hit the Arctic Circle. And there's nothing, no one there. And then one of the worst Arctic seas, or seas and oceans and whatever in the world. And then on the other side of it is Europe, and it's cold Arctic Europe. And then you have to keep going. And then you finally get civilization again. It's a very, it was very weird. Like, it sounds like a strange feeling to have about just driving north or whatever. But I actually felt a little like weird, a little eerie, you know? But then again, I live in mountains. There's fucking mountains right there. There's mountains everywhere. So it's weird to me also drive somewhere where you can't see any mountains. So that is something that the Midwest definitely gets, and that I get eerie, like freaked out about when I drive from Calgary to Edmonton, or from where I live to Edmonton, because Edmonton, you can't see the Rockies. Even when I grew up in Calgary, you can see the Rockies. They're right the fuck there. And it's weird to drive somewhere where you look around and there's no mountains, no ocean, nothing. That too is creepy, you know? Mountains of West Virginia and the tundras of Wyoming are like this. Are they? I don't know. I don't know. I think that even those places are pretty small in comparison to the Rockies, but you know, I've never been there. They're probably just as wild and vast. It's just you know there's like something on the other side, right? I don't know. I love driving 2 hours seeing nothing but corn. Look, should I draw a cornfield one of these days for you, Blaze? It's like the astronauts all live in corn, you know. Just got making some strawberry shortcake crunch bars. Damn, bro. Damn. Sounds delicious. Couldn't factor that in my macros, but Jesus, you make me want to. Pull what is worse to drive through: Texas, Wyoming, Nebraska, or West Virginia. Is that a problem? Is that a problem going through like Nebraska and West Virginia? Because isn't there still stuff out there though? You know? But like, what is, I don't know. What's the like drive? like north to south, like Nebraska. Like, let's look at Valentine, Nebraska, which is at the very top. And we'll do directions from Norton, Kansas, which is basically South Nebraska. Directions from Norton, Kansas. So north to south. Okay, so north to south Nebraska is 4 hours. Let's compare this with Alberta. So Carway, Alberta, to Carway, Alberta, to what's North Alberta? To a place called Indian Cabins. All right, listen, that's the most north place I can find. North to south Alberta. North to south Alberta, 15 hours. Right? It's a bit different, you know, and even then you have so much, like what's on the north side of, you know, to Letty Harbor, to Letty Harbor, Nunavut. Sorry, we could not calculate driving directions from Carway, Alberta to Letty Harbor Northwest. That because no fucking roads there. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, where can I even look at? Can you go to Kungluktuk? Kungluktuk, Nunavut. Can you go to Kungluktuk? Damn it, you can't even go there. We can't, boys, we can't even get to, can we get to Colville Lake? Nunavut? Damn it! There's not even directions! Jesus! Doesn't even let us go how long, we don't even know how long we can drive from fucking South Northwest Territories or whatever to the north of it, because it just doesn't even exist. Yeah, it's different, man. It's different here. Yeah, you can no matter where you are in the US, the Americans understand vast open spaces. I'm not going to say they don't. But even as much as an American can understand a vast open space, it's still difficult to understand Canada in that way, you know? So, Matt Koval's such a good DM, they gave him an entire fucking lake. What a guy. Does Mercer have a lake? Checkmate, Matt Mercer. Is apples to apples? Canada doesn't have states, right? Yeah, we have provinces. So it's states and provinces. Same thing functionally. Less governance on a province side, more self-governance on the state side. That's the big difference. So he's an island near Seattle. Okay, good. All right. Mercer's a lake too. Damn, bro. Southern Quebec to northern Quebec is pretty rough too. Yeah, Jesus. It's like France but cold. So what's the point? You know. How long the road is from your mom's butt to her face. Yep. Got him. Got him. Yeah, that's pretty open, dude. Like, what is... So, like, what is... Because you can go 14 hours through Alberta and only see cities that total in probably 3 million people. Alberta, Edmonton, and everything else in between. Or sorry, Calgary, Edmonton, but everything else in between. It's like, if you drive for 14 hours any direction in a straightish line in Europe, in like Central Europe, like I wonder how many places of interest you'd pass. And it's lonely. I want to live somewhere like that. I want there to be like cities and towns and things to go see and do and whatnot. I'd love to live somewhere where there's like, again, to be a weeb some more. It's one of the things I love about Japan, because you get like so much packed into wherever you're at. There's like so much, you can't drive or take a train too far on any of the Japanese islands without finding some cool ass shit. It's just so like a barren and abyssal out here.
feel like you're looking into the depths of an ocean. Straight-ish line is you could drive for 14 hours in a straight line in Europe. Yeah, well, straight-ish. I mean, the averaged out to be a fairly straight line. I don't know. Look, man, I haven't driven anywhere in Europe. Do I look cultured to you? Do I look like I have a tiny little car? Do I look like I drink tiny little pretentious coffee while driving in a tiny car? I wanted to road trip across Ukraine to go from one end where my one grandmother, great grandmother is from, to where my great grandfather is from. I'm half Ukrainian, and they're both from different areas. So I wanted to road trip across Ukraine in like within the next couple of years. A couple of years ago, funny thing happened between me planning that trip and actually deciding that I could go on. Just small little hiccup. So I'm gonna put that trip on hold a couple of years, you know. 20 years maybe. I'll put my trip to Ukraine on hold for about 20 years, and then I might be planning a trip to Russia. Who knows? You know, you never know. It might be hey. All right, chill, man. It's a joke. Longest road in Europe is under 5,000 freedom units, or exactly 8,000 kilometers only. Jesus, dude. Funny thing happened. You mean war? Yeah, this little awkward thing that happened. You know. I also can't speak Ukrainian very well, so I don't know how well I would do out there. I don't know how well English can get you by in the Slavic lands. Don't have many Slavic viewers in our Discord to ask. So, who knows, man? What's up, Al? That's a trip I'd like to do at some point in time in my life, but who knows when. There's a lot of, I mean, there's a ton of the world I'd like to see that I'm too much of a little scaredy bitch to go see. You know, I got a friend that works for the UN, and he's always traveling crazy places. He's like, oh yeah, I was just in like some strange African country the other week. Oh yeah, I was in France for whatever. Going down to Spain to do some shit. I'm gonna be in Istanbul for a week. Always seems so cool, you know? Sounds like an asshole. Yeah, listen, anytime you get somebody who's well-traveled like that, they think way too highly of themselves. They're like, ugh, Canadian coffee. And you're like, what's the problem? What are you complaining about, you know? Jeez, man. He's such a dick. We should just chill the fuck out and just learn to enjoy, you know, the quaint Canadian landscape. But it seems so cool, you know, to be that well-traveled. You just go anywhere. Like, I'd love to take a massive trip to Southeast Asia. I'm just too much of a scaredy bitch to do it. I don't like going anywhere that's even a little bit sketchy or dangerous. You know? I could never have done that, like, finding yourself trip around the world bullshit. There's like most countries I probably wouldn't go to if you ask me. You know, they're like, hey man, you want to go? You're a big famous artist, Evan. You want to go to like the nerd convention in this country? I'd be like, no. You want to go to Slovakia? No. You want to go to Qatar? No. You want to go to Brazil? No. You want to go anywhere? I'll go. I'll go to Japan. All right, this fucking guy, right? Like I'm just too much of a whiny baby. I don't know where it's actually safe and shit. So traveling, I'd be super boring. Oh well. I'm sure most places are decently safe. Right? My UN asshole friend can do it. Maybe I can do it too. What kind of fear? Just like, I don't know. It's like you go places that have like higher crime rates in a way that you don't understand. Like, I understand American crime. I can go places in America. You feel perfectly safe. So I know where to go. You know? But like Baltic countries, Southeast Asian countries, especially places where you don't speak the language, that kind of stuff always like, I'm always like more apprehensive about it, you know? So, went to Mexico in 4 days, but that's the tourist part of Cancun, so I'm probably safe. Here's the thing, I wouldn't go to Mexico. We had an opportunity to go to Mexico with some family, and they invited us, and I was like, I'm good. I'm probably not gonna go to Mexico until you stop hearing stories of like people being fucking like Canadian tourists being like murdered and shit. Like, I'm good. It's probably fine. I admit that fully. It's probably super fine, super safe, but it's just like, it's just a little too much for me. I'm just such a little bitch. My experiences like growing up in Canada, traveling to Japan, two of the safest places in the world that I just don't, you know? The most dangerous part of the world I've probably ever been to was probably like Santa Ana, California. You know? Japan and Banff only approved places. Yeah, for real, bro. You know, Kakuriel cafes. All right, listen. Dogs are trouble when I'm trying to concentrate. Well, yeah. Where's my dog? Wait, I didn't take my dog out today. Ella's not home. Shit. America probably. Yeah, probably Santa Ana or maybe Los Angeles. You know? Like, I was the first time I ever went to BlizzCon. All right, I went with my mom and Ella, and we made the mistake of flying into LAX instead of Orange County, right? Because it was a direct flight. So we flew into LAX, and we stayed. It was so nice. My mom always wanted to go to Disneyland, so when we were going to go to BlizzCon, my mom got a hotel for Ella, myself, and her. We all shared a hotel room at the Disneyland hotel. It was magical. And we all went to BlizzCon. She met her guild friends at BlizzCon. I met my guild friends at BlizzCon. Whatever. It was great. But we were driving down the shuttle from LAX to Orange County, which is like an hour and something down Los Angeles traffic, which is terrible. Never fly to LAX if you can avoid it. Holy fuck. And I'm driving, and this dude on the bus, where we're driving on this like Disney shuttle bus, so it's like all safe and stuff. I got my little backpack and Ella and whatnot. And this older guy just like tapped me on the shoulder because we were like talking. He's like, "Oh, it's your first time here?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah, we come to go to Disneyland every year." I'm like, "Oh, it's so sweet." And at some point, he kind of tasked me, and he says, "Hey, over there?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Right there, just a little ways that way is Compton." And I was like, "Wow." He's like, "I bet you've never been so close to someone getting murdered." I was like, You're the expert, man. Maybe. I don't know. You know? And it was like, wow, fun fact. Okay, thanks, I guess. All right. So maybe Los Angeles is the most dangerous place I've ever been to. I don't know. So I don't know. Live in California, some really dangerous places. Yeah, some places you stay away from. Like my friends all live in Irvine. You know? My friends that live down there live in Irvine, so it's like never have to go north of Santa Ana or Anaheim or whatever. Just drive down to Irvine, Mission Vale, that whole area. Go to Disneyland, go to BlizzCon, go home, pretend that it never happened. Check, see if I still have my wallet. So like, I guess I just don't know how I don't know how dangerous it would be if like I want to go see Western Istanbul. I really want to go see some places there. I really want to go see Phnom Penh. I really want to go see I want to go see Jerusalem. I want to go see lots of these old ancient cities and cool places and like Angkor and whatever and like go travel around. But like I just don't know if it's, I don't know, I'm just too much of a little bitch to do it. And I'm too ignorant to know about
how to keep yourself safe and whatnot. And I hear too many bad stories for it to be worth it. So I'm like, I'll stay home. I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm chill. But I'd love to see it at some point in time. Maybe. Who knows? All right. Dome Temple. Done. You do. They have tons of tourists. The first time is the scariest. I figure. You know, there is something inherent. There's something that I have an inherent fear of being somewhere where I can't speak the language. You know, and because the first time I was ever in Japan, I had a decent grasp of the language. I was pretty good. You know, I never feel like I couldn't converse with somebody or ask for help or like explain myself if like, I don't know, a cop talked to me or something, you know? And yeah, I couldn't like, there's lots of like Google Translate and stuff. Actually, here's the thing. We didn't have Google Translate the first time I went to Japan. So I just had to figure it out, man. We couldn't even bring our phones to Japan the first time. The first time we ever went, we actually had to get a phone while we're there for like maps and stuff. Because I couldn't get like, it was way less expensive to buy or to rent a phone while we were there. This is in 2012, maybe. It was way less expensive to rent a phone while we were there than it was to like have our international plan for like our Canadian cell company. And the second time we went there, we got a hotspot, like it's called a wireless egg. So we could use our own phones, but we had to like hotspot off of this Wi-Fi egg, which is connected to data. And then the third time we went, by that time our phone plans were good. Now it was just like $15 or whatever to check over for one of our phones. You know, but like we didn't have a translator app or whatever. So if somebody said some shit, I'm like, fuck, I don't know what that word means. Like I have to ask them like, can you describe this word? And they're like, oh, you know, building where you like two people go to like resolve conflict. I'm like, oh, court, got it. Okay, cool. So that's what this is, you know, because I didn't know the word for like court or something like that. But that was, yeah, I'd be too scared to go somewhere like Cambodia or I don't know anywhere else where I can't speak any of the languages. But it's just like, what do I do if I need help or some shit? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe Google Translate is sophisticated enough that you can get by. I'm also too much of a little bitch to do that. So anyway, I need to take my dog outside. I haven't seen her all day. I took her out in the morning. She was not happy about a school bus that drove by. I imagine she's been asleep downstairs since I started stream. I hope so. If I go down there and there's just like chewed up carpets and ripped dug in couches and shit on the wall and whatever, I'm gonna know. But I guess I don't know. So no, she's probably been asleep. She's been sleeping all morning for the last couple of months. She wakes up in the morning. She wakes in the morning. We take her out. She's unhappy about it. She sleeps until like 2 p.m. and then she wants to like get up and do something. So pretty easy to leave alone for my entire stream, I guess. She's probably been pretty comfy listening to sports news or whatever I put on the TV in the morning. So hey, thanks for chilling today. I appreciate you guys. Sorry I wasn't live yesterday. I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. Maybe we'll do something else. I don't know. I kind of want to finish this tomorrow. You good with that? Maybe. I don't know. Either way. Hope you enjoyed your stay, even if it's just for the day. Thank you everyone for the follows today. Thank you for all the bits and the resubs and everything. You guys are amazing. I don't know. I really meant it when I said that like this is me living the dream, you know? This small little thing that I get to do and hang out with you guys. So thank you all for being amazing, being a part of it. Wouldn't be able to do it if you guys didn't come hang out with me. So, hey, have a great rest of your day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Until next time, my friends. Farewell.